Hello and welcome back to the Realm Invitational here in Columbus, Ohio at the Greater Columbus Convention Center. I am Charmer, once again joined on the desk by Matt Flake DeMarco. We just watched the draft portion of our day, and we're going to go into round one of this draft pod. We witnessed the draft through the eyes, well, actually over the shoulder, but nonetheless, through the experience of Michael Hamilton, so we're going to stick with Michael Hamilton for round one. And that means we get to see some fun Dash I.O. in action.
We do get to see some fun Dash I.O. in action. And if you're talking about fun and you're talking about bright lights, Dash I.O. is probably one of the more innovative and cooler decks to play. Peeking at the top of the deck, playing things at instant speed. There's always fun shenanigans that we had, especially when you've got a couple boom grenades up your sleeve.
And it's a pretty unique experience for Flesh and Blood because there's not a ton of instant interactions. Obviously, with wizards and things like that, you're used to it, but there's not very often a lot of times where you get to say the words in response. And that, for whatever reason, when I'm playing, fills me with such joy. When I can say to my opponent, in response, and then just do something, even if it's not relevant, I just feel like I'm in control of my own life. Well, and in normal life, I'm not really in control. So it's an extra special feeling in Flesh and Blood.
I mean, you're not wrong. And I mean, nothing says Charmer like you having a response that is completely irrelevant. Like, let's be completely real. That
is the Charmer experience.
You're not wrong. You are absolutely spot on with that one. And again, so this is round number 8 here of the Realm Rumble, where we are going to be crowning an eventual winner on Sunday as the cut to top 8 occurs at the end of the day today. 3 rounds of Bright Lights draft, and then 4 rounds of Classic Constructed. So
that's right.
Another 7 rounds of action are underway, but I think we're going to be following along with, is it Michael Hamilton that we're going to be watching?
Yes, I've been told round 1, because we watched his draft, we're going to start with Michael Hamilton. So if you're just joining us or you didn't get to watch the coverage yesterday, this is the Realm Invitational. There were a number of events leading up to this where players could qualify, and then those who qualified played day 1 yesterday. We had 7 rounds of Classic Constructed. They did a cut to top 32 so that we could have our 4 draft pods. We have now drafted Bright Lights. We're going to do 3 rounds of that, followed by 4 more rounds of Classic Constructed, and then a cut to the top 8. Where they are going to compete tomorrow. And again, this is a $20,000 invitational tournament, so there's a lot of money on the line, as well as that really cool bracelet we showed off. There's the Champions playmat, all sorts of fun stuff. And again, no surprise here. We see the Dash I.O. because we witnessed Michael drafting that.
Michael did, in fact, draft Dash I.O., and on the other end is Max Nitro, the hype himself. Rolling with a gigantic wrench.
Yeah, and Is this Matt McGinnis, I believe? And if that's the case, we did get the kind of lowdown because Sam had an opportunity to speak with him and was talking about a lot of the traditional, like, 2 for 5s, 1 for 4s with boost. And then he said that the goal is he did draft one overload script. So the goal is to kind of wear your opponent down and then finish them off that way. And that will be something that we'll be keeping an eye out for.
All right, we're underway here as, again, Dash.io versus Max the Hype Nitro. It is Michael Hamilton versus Matt McInnes. Let's start the fun, Charm Baka, with some very simple openers. Again, just opening with an item, establishing an arsenal. I think this is typically... for the most part, attacking in this early game, you're losing card equity. You're not really going to be punching through for things. There are certain strategies where perhaps boosting early to find an item off the top is often a strategy that some might employ. But just establishing items right out of the gate is a smart move here. But opening up with a boost here for Go Again from the boost. Again, it's pretty safe to boost in this format. There's no generics in this set.
No, your boost is always going to grant you the Go Again, and I actually really enjoyed that turn one from Michael Hamilton because he deployed a defensive item, but that also gave him the counter on the Symbiosis shot. So he's setting himself up for the future without giving up any of the draft deck. As you said, put the arsenal there as well. I believe this is a blue Rev Up that is being played by the Max player here.
That is correct.
It is the 4-attack version, so... not necessarily the best way to start things off, just because it's also very expensive. Without any hyperdrivers in play, this costs 3, but we do get to get the activation, and that's the important piece here, right? You want to boost if you're the Max player so that you can get your hyperdriver. This one was cranked and then followed up with the Banksy. Banksy is such an economical play in this format because it's just the one if you've met the requirements, but it almost has to be blocked. Because if they have a hyperdriver or any other item with crank, then they're going to get free Steam counters, and that's incredibly relevant.
Yeah, weapons in these types of limited formats usually are very much MVPs. You can go all the way back to something like Uprising, where the only swingable weapon at that time, like the reliable weapon, was the Emberblade, but it got a lot of work done. When you can just reliably lean on it, especially in late game where card equity is an important factor to your win condition, if you're able to swing for 3 without giving up a card, you're usually in a good spot here. So leaning on weapons is incredibly important in most of these limited formats.
And so now we get to see Dash going with an activation here, pulling an item from the top. It looks like this is going to be another force field, but that's going to grant a counter to the Symbiosis. Think the decision on whether to crank this is coming because it is still Michael's turn and we haven't fired Symbiosis shot. Yeah, I think right now we're talking through the players the potential resolution here.
There's a lot of moving parts in this particular format. Between the Steam counters, yes, you can go say it.
Listen, I wasn't going to say it. I was just very excited because the moving parts in a mechanologist-based set is the kind of wordplay I enjoy. Okay?
I know, and you looked at me like I just told you we're going to Disneyland.
I looked at you like a proud father.
No. no, that is, I wouldn't even know what that looks like.
Well, I'm sorry. So, followed up with another attack and then the Symbiosis shot. Let's not lose sight of the game here. But yes, I was just very excited by your moving parts line. So we're going to come back to the Max player here. We're going to start things off with a recharge, which is very, very good when you're playing Max because this is going to boost the counters. Pun very intended. It's not the actual boost effect, but it's going to increase the counters on your existing hyperdriver here, as well as pump up your next attack. And so then we're going to follow this up with just a generic boost, but it does then get the resource from the hyperdriver back, and then that's going to make the rest of your turn very economical as well. You could potentially play yet another hyperdriver and then the Banksy. And if I'm looking at the resources and pitch available in hand, we might be able to do that and then arsenal that other recharge. So this could be a really powerful turn and setting up for another powerful turn following this one. This is exactly what you want to do if you're playing Max. Max has kind of been my go-to. I thought for sure I would be playing Teklevasan all of the time, but through the ProQuest season when I was participating in these Bright Lights drafts, I've really leaned into the power of Max. Now, it does instead look like they're going to pitch that recharge. Still going to follow that play pattern that I was talking about, creating the second hyperdriver, following up with the Banksy. Banksy almost always demands some sort of response here because you don't usually want to give up a free steam counter on these hyperdrivers. It just extends the resources available.
Swinging the big wrench, having two hyperdrivers up there, both with steam counters on them. Again, Max Nitro giving crank to those hyperdrivers as well, but being able to swing with a weapon such as the Banksy. Again, you can't. You got to respect it to a degree.
All of the armor that was available there. That's how much you have to respect Banksy.
It's fascinating where if you can buy armor with just a weapon swing, that is a huge win. Now, we're establishing here a boom grenade. And again, if you're wondering, what is Michael Hamilton doing? He's looking at the top of his deck. You can do that as Dash.io, which is a great little element. So being able to just look at the top of the deck, it's a Dash database, I guess you can call her. It's not really I.O., but nonetheless, having access to that knowledge and being able to go ahead and play those off the top, it's a fun little reality. But boom grenades, they do have a fuse. I mean, they are going to live for a little bit on the board, but you need to connect. And again, the ability to connect with those boom grenades, they're nice, they're flashy, they're nice fireworks to have. But if you don't have something to sort of guarantee that you can connect with it, something like overpower or boosting it high or just having that extended combat chain, then those boom grenades eventually fizzle out and just sort of sputter out and become nothing.
Now, you are absolutely correct, and that is oftentimes a liability. We did see, because we were following Michael Hamilton during the draft, he picked up a number of items as well as cards with Galvanize. So what he might be looking to do here is play the boom grenade and then present a large attack. I believe this is a gas up here. The title is a little fuzzy to me, but it should be a gas up based on the art there. Coming in for 4. This is going to demand blocks to prevent the boom grenade. And then if it sticks around, because it does have that counter on it, it was played from the top of the deck, so it wasn't required to be cranked, you could still get value by galvanizing it. So what you're doing is you're forcing your opponent to essentially give up their turn because they have to continue to block to stop the boom grenade. And then if it doesn't get through, but it does look like it's going to, because of the going wide here, this is a very wide turn from Michael Hamilton. They might actually get the entire hand and still trigger the boom grenade. I was going to say if it somehow makes it all the way through without triggering, then you can also galvanize and get that value. But this is going to be a successful boom grenade. Very impactful turn because you've also eaten up the entire hand of your opponent.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you cannot guarantee the damage through an effect like Overpower, going wide with breakpoints is a way to actually go ahead and connect with the boom grenade. Awkward numbers, the 4s, the 5s, the ones that need to connect or match with 2 cards from hand. That's how you get it done, and that's what Michael Hamilton saw. That was a little bit of the game plan there. Establish the boom grenade. It's information on the board. It's not going to be a surprise to his opponent. However, being able to go wide and eventually trickle through, it gets the extra sauce at the end of it, a little extra sprinkles on that Sunday when the boom grenade goes off and it's party time. So getting closer to the end game here. No, we can't see the life totals from our position here. However, I don't think there's much left on either side, but we will get a confirmation of that shortly.
So there was a bit of a pause there if you're wondering why that kind of took so long. Matt had the entire hand gone. Michael gets the opportunity to draw up, but before Matt draws up, Michael also has that window because he can play instants as Dash.io. He can potentially play something from the top of the deck. So they just wanted to go through those motions, and then eventually Matt's turn ends, he draws back up, and so now we're back to Michael Hamilton. Looks like he began things with the Hadron Collider into this attack, so this is going to be an attack with the bonus, so coming in for 8. That is a great follow-up turn after forcing the entire hand out of the opponent along with that boom grenade trigger the turn before.
Good to see some of these stamped cards, too. Again, much like Worlds, much like the Pro Tours, these drafts are getting stamped. 4 coming through again.
And this is going to be a soup-up block. It has the Galvanize, so going to eat one of those hyperdrivers to cover it, but the Symbiosis shot will still connect for 2 more damage. So the pressure being put on by Michael Hamilton is very real, because that's 2 turns in a row that the entire hand has been eaten from the opponent, and damage was still leaked through. That is actually very impressive. And so just like before the other player can draw up, Michael Hamilton has an opportunity to both look at his hand but also look at the top card of his deck to see if there are any instants that can be played on the opponent's turn, and then if not, they will draw up and will be back on Michael Hamilton. But Dash.io doing their best wizard impression, saying, hey, your turn might be my turn. Let's slow this down a little bit, make sure there's not something I want to do. And perhaps the thing that they wanted to do was shuffle those cards around a few times. Sometimes if you shuffle your cards enough, they change into something a little bit better.
I don't think so. That might be, you might be thinking of like a snow globe or an Etch-a-Sketch. That's not what we're doing here, Charmer.
I don't know. I don't have object permanence.
If you don't see it, it doesn't exist. Is that...
Kano's not real. He can't hurt me.
Oh, he's real, baby. He's in this pot of death ×2, actually. Kano having a great tournament yesterday. So looking through, again, this is a reality of this format as well, where fatigue is oftentimes an issue. If you boost too much, I mean, the timeliness of boosting is very important. So scores are getting adjusted here for us, as it looks like Matt McInnes is down to 2, and the 2022 world champion at 10. So under the gun here is Matt McInnes, as those boom grenades, those go wide turns, the leaking of a lot of these attacks have really worn down Matt McInnes.
Yeah, as you rightfully pointed out before, the pressure was on. We knew that Matt was low, and now the full blockouts make a lot more sense with the additional context. I think what happened was that iPad they were using to allow us to track the health had fallen asleep, and they're now just trying to get it set so that stops happening, and we appreciate that. But in the interim here, we're waiting to see the resolution of this first round of the drafting. So Michael does finally pass the priority. So we have a draw up, and now we're back to Michael Hamilton's actual turn. So now we see what the consideration was. I think the reason that took so long, knowing there's an item on the top, was that Michael was trying to decide, do I play this on the opponent's turn because it's a once per turn trigger? And if I do so, what am I likely to see as the next card? Because he was looking through what has already been boosted. He was looking through what was in the discard pile and was potentially trying to figure out what is the likelihood that I find maybe that second boom grenade that we know he drafted, and whether or not it was worth it to expend the resources the previous turn, or do you just wait and have the carryover pitch? Does look like that ended up being the play here. Symbiosis shot fired, going to be blocked with a Gigawatt. So traditionally, it's a very offensive card, but...
Ooh, a second Dissolution Sphere as well.
Yes.
So a lot of protection available here to Michael Hamilton. Not that he necessarily needs it. He's insulated his life total pretty well here. And now that Symbiosis shot swings in for 2. That is lethal every time. That has to be a really, really comfortable pillar to lean on when your cards don't necessarily make sense to you, if they don't necessarily combine for a lot of razzle dazzle. Being able to just swing weapon and threaten, that is important here. So it's back to Matt McInnes here. He's got his work cut out for him. He's got to actually start making some hay here and opening up, but against 2 Dissolution Spheres staring him down. It's a nasty reality here where even your best efforts are going to be gobbled up by some of these items that are there to soften the blow.
Well, on top of that, Michael Hamilton still had a lot of health to work with as a resource, and so I really liked that last turn. It wasn't the most offensive turn, but it did still get at least one card out of the opponent's hand, while also setting up with the arsenal and with the items and with the excess health, the ability to ensure you're going to go into this next round with a 5-card hand, as well as potentially an item or two from the top. So even if the last turn wasn't a lot of damage, it was the ability to set up a way to present lethal that was looking very, very good. So there, 2 attacks. The second one was chewed up with the damage prevention. Start of the turn, the other sphere will go away. No counters on it.
Yeah, it was a jumpstart into a torque tuned.
Oh, so this is going to be a red soup up to start things off, but this should, I believe, have go again because he let that second dissolution sphere stick around, but then it goes away at the start of the turn, which counts as an item having been destroyed. And then he gets the boom grenade from the top because of the economical 3 block. The 1 leaks through, and that is lethal. Michael Hamilton getting it done with an impressive, aggressive game plan.
Lots of S's.
Yes.
Lots of S's, definitely. And again, it comes down to that late game boom grenade off the top. It's like, hey, you can let this slide, but there's a little bit of a surprise at the end of that rainbow here. The pot of gold, you may not like it, but a boom grenade, even for 2, was just enough and a little bit more to get him through. We saw it at Worlds a lot. Yukili Bender was really good at just saying, hey, you could sneak 1 through, but it's actually going to, oops, it's 5. You know,
Yep.
like one of those things. I've been a victim of that a few times. Again, when you're just learning the capabilities of Dash in those capacities of just being able to sneak them through. It's awesome. So Michael Hamilton, 2022 world champion, gets the first win on day 2 here at the Realm Rumble. Show us that wonderful little.
Yeah, we had kind of talked about those personalized touches that the Realm has done for all of the players. We've kind of showcased the mats that players received that had their names stamped on them, and the draft packs here were resealed with these beautifully stamped envelopes to really seal the deal here, and we're going to open one. Right?
Open it. It feels like the Oscars.
It does feel like the Oscars, except there will be no winners here because you and I have terrible pack luck. Like, that is just a on.
That's why
record
I still
fact.
have like my sealed draft packs from like the Pro Tours and from Worlds. I don't open them because I know that if I open them, they turn to dust.
So right out of the gate, as fitting as it could possibly be when we're talking about my luck, it is a foil dumpster dive, which is the best way to describe me going into my career. And nothing else to know.
Whoa, hold on a second. You are like the most. Add a little suspense here. The first thing you do is you take the card and you're like, oh, the foil, and then you go straight to the good stuff. Why don't you just enjoy it? Why don't you go through the cards and enjoy the artwork and look at them all? You go straight.
Because I am dead inside. There is no enjoyment.
No, there's a red boom grenade. That's pretty cool.
Anytime that I find them, it's when they're played against
There's a
me.
Marvel Singularity in here.
There is not such a thing, no.
There's 2 Marvel Singularities in here. It's actually it's a Marvel Duality. It's not even a Singularity.
Singularity and a duality and
Yeah. Trilarity.
a triathlon.
Hilarity. It's lots of arities here. We had lots
we
of
have
S's
S's and
arities.
arities.
So we also want to let you know that yesterday there was some cool promotions going on at the Realm if you want to order stuff online. Today there's another one. Now, it's not ready yet, but we're going to give you a hint as to what today's deal is.
Yeah, we actually talked about it a little bit yesterday, but a little bit.
You ruined suspense. So much you just ruined suspense.
It's not suspense if we covered it yesterday.
Yeah, but not everybody heard it yesterday. You got to build a little bit of the mojo. Where is this is TV.
First of all, no, it's not TV. But second of all,
just pretend,
this marvelous, suspenseful, riveting deal that will be live a little bit later today.
Just rob the fun out of everything, man. Let me live the dream, damn it.
Is available at the Realm Games website, and it will be that if you purchase 3 boxes of Bright Lights, you will get a free box of Heavy Hitters, the new set, when it's released, and they will just ship it to your house.
Right to your house.
It'll be like buying an early Christmas present for yourself because you'll buy it. You'll buy the Bright Lights, you'll get them, and you'll open them, you'll enjoy them. But then time will go by. You might even forget about it, and all of a sudden, boxes of heavy hitters just show up at your door, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I remember now. There was that really cool deal, and I'm surprised by this." Do you ever order something and then forget that you ordered it, and then it shows up later, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I guess that
No.
was a thing." No,
No.
I have that problem a lot.
Do you?
I do. Yeah.
Must be nice. No. I'll do groceries and then forget something in the back of the fridge until I'm reminded when it like greets me when I open the door. It's like, hey, do you remember
Yeah, it's like
when you bought broccoli 16 weeks
I
ago?
was just gonna say
Yeah.
it was a cucumber from 2022. When
It
you
was
thought
a
you were-
cucumber,
you-
yes.
you thought you were gonna eat healthy and then just
No.
abandoned that.
Now it's destined for like Area 51 analysis. Like that's where it goes. But one round of Bright Lights Draft in the books. We have 2 more rounds of draft, and then we get back to the nitty gritty of Classic Constructed. Lots of cool things going on over here in Columbus. It is the Realm Rumble. Flake Charmer, Sam O'Byrne is here as well. We will be right back with more, so don't go too far.
combined with Red in the Ledger as well, and other strong arrows, and of course the recent Boogeyman Codex of Frailty. So just a lot of power cards, a really strong weapon, and a favorable matchup into ninjas, which I think are going to be on the rise.
Is now looking at the ninja matchups and the aggressive matchups. Like we have these Red in the Ledger, such a powerful effect. We have the ability to grab a kind of whatever arrow we want in what has to be the strongest tutor in the game, right? Like there's just no other claws. Like all the other two, like Lesson in Lava, you have to deal arcane damage. You still have to boost for Spark of Genius, right? Not you have to discard a card for Viscerize. This is just literally grab it. You can reload if you want. Like that's just incredibly strong. So you have the ways to grab kind of any arrow you want. Is that going to be the main game plan into these aggressive decks, like just keeping the pressure on? Or do you feel like you have game utilizing cards like Tar Pit Trap, which is, I love that you have 3 of in this list. I think this card is sick, to actually find times to block. Azalea and Rangers historically don't block very well with their armor. So is it really trying to be proactive in the game plan, or is it doing, like you said in the previous video, like off turn and on turn, block sometimes, throw the right attacks? How do you look to shore up those aggressive matchups?
I think in the aggro matchups where you're just trying to race and kill the opponent, you really are trying to be, for the most part, a no-blocks aggro deck. When you have too many arrows in your hand, your arrows block 3, so you can block with them. Some turns you're going to block out because you just have a weird hand that doesn't really play well, or your opponent is presenting on hits, but for the most part, you're trying to keep your whole hand and shoot huge arrows at your opponent. Ideally, just like pump, 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 14 dominate, or even not dominate against a Fi, like they can't block that out. Hit them with some Blood Rots. For the most part, Azalea is definitely looking to just go to town, race, who's going to deal 40 first.
Yeah.
But like you mentioned, we do have a couple defensive options. Some lists are playing defense reactions like Sink Below. In some matchups, you're trying to slow down and set up more. And then Tar Pit Trap as well. This is a card that was particularly very strong into Lexi, and some lists are going to continue playing now. Some are maybe going to trim copies or cut it. But it is still super strong into Katsu and some other go-again decks with on-hit effects.
Absolutely. So another thing that we touched on briefly, but I feel like must get its time in the sun, Bullseye Bracers has returned to us fresh off the ban list. This is a card that is incredibly strong with so many facets of the deck, including but not limited to Bolton Shot, the ability to just freely put in an arrow with Go Again and a relevant on-hit effect when you maybe still haven't even used your Death Dealer on any given turn is incredibly strong. How does Bullseye Bracers returning to Azalea change the deck? Does it push her higher into a tier 1 type of territory? I feel like this is a card that people aren't talking about as much as perhaps they should be.
I am quite excited to have Bullseye Bracers back. I played with it back in March and April, and it is super strong. Bracers of Belief was a very nice replacement when we were using it. It actually was better than I thought it would be, and I really enjoyed that card, but I don't think anything can compete with Bullseye Bracers. It gives you a lot of flexibility. It makes your hands with multiple arrows better, because Azalea's worst brick possible is drawing only pumps, and they all block 2 and you can't shoot any arrows this turn. That's horrible. But that aside, usually your rough hands are ones that have too many arrows in them, and you're kind of forced to block in situations where you really want to be holding your hand and attacking. So Bullseye Bracers can be quite helpful in those spots, being able to shoot one more arrow on your turn. Also, if you get into situations where you are going to activate Death Dealer on your turn and you're hoping to draw a pump, but you draw an arrow, and let's say you have a Premeditate or something, so you're going to ponder and you don't need to hold any cards for Arsenal, then maybe you can go Snapdragon Scalers, Bullseye Bracers, get this arrow out of your hand, cash it in for value so it's not just wasted clashing with your ponder. And finally, it has Arcane Barrier 1, which is less relevant now that Icelander has rotated out, but for all the Kanos out there who might be showing up, I think it is pretty nice to have built-in 2 pieces of Arcane Barrier 1 in your default equipment set.
Absolutely. Now let's look, this list particularly is the one that you brought to a top 8 finish at the Battle Hardened Milwaukee. That was a meta that is no longer with us. Lexi was in the deck. So looking at this list here, we definitely don't need to go over every single card, but what types of changes do you think are happening to a list like this? I'm seeing like the Lace with Frailties, right? Though, how much does that affect Kodachis? Do we want to keep that in the deck, even though it was probably mostly for the Lexi matchup? How do you think the deck lists that we're going to see this weekend and beyond change as a result of both Lexi and Icelander being no longer with us?
We'll start with the card you mentioned, which is a great thing to bring up, Lace with Frailty. This card was primarily in the deck list as a 3-of to combat Lexi. Obviously super good when your opponent is shooting multiple arrows from Arsenal in their turn. But also, like you said, it is quite good versus Kodachis. It is reasonably good versus most fast decks that just want to shoot their weapon once a turn or attack with their weapon once a turn, and are often maybe once every other turn playing an attack from Arsenal. It can just make their turns clunky. It's very good versus the Mechanologist decks when you're trying to shut down a High Octane turn, or just basically prevent them from going off with High Octane that turn. Like if Dash.io has 4 counters on her Symbiosis shot, or Dash Inventor Extraordinaire has basically just a 5-card hand ever, it can be quite funky on their side getting hit with a Lace with Frailty when they were about to go off and shoot you with a gun for 4 times. I think it's possible that this card does get cut. I think I would still be playing some number, I'm not sure, but it definitely gets a bit worse. Memorial Ground. This is a card that I really liked for the Lexi matchup and was playing as a 3-of in Milwaukee, and I am torn on it. I think it's possible that it'll still be in the list, maybe even as a 3-of, because there are some matchups where I still like it, where dominating Red in the Ledger, ideally with an inertia effect, is the most important thing, and you just want to chain that as many times as possible. Memorial Ground can be really helpful in doing that, and its floor is a yellow pitch, which is pretty solid in Azalea. Almost all of your turns can function fine off of a yellow pitch, but it is a no-block instant. It's the worst thing to blind Azalea into. It can clunk some hands, so there is a relatively high cost to playing it. This is a card that I think ultimately might still be in the deck, but gets worse post-Lexi. And then 2 more things, the main things that might change now that we're in a new meta. The Tar Pit Traps, which we touched on briefly before, were also primarily for Lexi. They're good in Dekatsu. You can also play them in the Azalea Mirror. They are D-Reacts, they block for 3, but in the Azalea Mirror or Bravo, they can sometimes cover up a Dominated on hit. And in the Mirror, if your Azalea opponent has a Bolton shot with like 3 laces on it, or they use their Snapdragon Scalers, you can occasionally blow them out. I think this is a card that might get cut. It all comes down to what you want to target and how much sideboard space you have, but all 3 of these cards are mostly good versus Ninja still, but not as good versus some of the other decks. And finally, Blue Infecting Shot. In these lists was kind of my extra sideboard blue. I'm not sure what the blue suite for Azalea will look like now. I want to try more things. I kind of think Blue Infecting Shot might be good enough to just be a main deck card, but however many blues you want to play in your standard 60, I think that's all you're going to play now. Now that all of the ice decks are gone from the format, whatever blues were kind of extra sideboard are likely going to get cut.
What do you think we're looking to bring in? Is it trying to shore up even more of the Dromai matchup? We see cards like this Yellow Raging Onslaught in there. That matchup, something we saw Justin Koo navigate beautifully in the finals of the Calling Taipei, but is still a matchup that is definitely, like we were talking about earlier, can be super challenging for this deck. So we're trying to shore up more of the Dromai matchup as we look to move away from those Lexi Tech cards. What do we try to bring in? Try to bring in a Dreadbore for Bravo? What are we doing?
I'm not sure what the exact cards are, but yeah, Dromai and Bravo are the big 2.
You need to tell me the exact cards. I need an itemized list. No, please continue.
Yeah, I think honestly all of the cards you mentioned are possibilities, and mainly the 2 heroes you brought up, Dromai and Bravo. That's what I want to devote my sideboard space to. With Dromai, it can be more poppers, more go again attacks to pick off dragons, and also at the same time kind of insulate you from warmongers in that matchup. And versus Bravo, there are a lot of different ideas I have and more things I want to explore, but I think there are a lot of different things you can be doing to make that matchup better. I know some lists like playing D-Reacts. There's also anti-fatigue tools. It's interesting because Bravo's another matchup where they can just slam you with Disruption and kill you, and they can also threaten to fatigue you. So there's a lot of different things going on from both sides. And I think there are several different approaches to the kind of Bravo sideboard package that are all reasonable. But yeah, that's the main thing I would be looking to improve if I was going to cut these anti-Lexi cards. It's also possible that those anti-Lexi cards stay in the deck because they're good versus faster decks like Ninja,
Sure.
and that's where you want to spend your space. All depends on what meta you're expecting.
All right, any kind of final general heuristics or tips and tricks that you have found from playing the hero, things that you feel like people might not otherwise know unless they've played this hero as many tens or hundreds of games as you have? As we look into the Rumble, I know this is a deck you're considering, so if somebody's looking to play the deck, what's some things that you might be able to help them out with?
I think one of the number one things is just really prioritize arsenaling. There are some spots where it is correct to go no arsenal if playing that last pump in your hand is going to push your arrow over just enough so your opponent's armor suite can't block it, assuming it's dominated, or some other situation where you just really need to cash in your whole hand. It can be correct, but I find that more than 90% of the time, I really prioritize ending my turn with an arsenal because A, it makes you less likely to brick on your next turn. Just like you don't want to draw all pumps, or all arrows for that matter. It's nice to, if you're arsenaling a pump, now you have one, and a lot of times pushing your arrow from 5 to 8 is like a huge deal, and is a bigger deal than like your future pumps, for example. And also just turning on Skullbone Crosswrapped, being able to start your turn with that opt is super nice for smoothing out Death Dealer draws or fishing for a dominate. And then another general kind of tip and thing I want to talk about is activating Azalea Blind. When you don't know what the top card is, there are spots where it is correct to just go ahead and ship your arsenal away and flip the top in. And I don't think you should do this super often, but it is.
Hi, I'm Ethan Mansant Van Sant.
Hi, my name is Mara Ferris.
Brody Spurlock here.
Dread Screamer, and you'll see why.
Favorite card in the game. If we're talking aesthetics, Uvia takes the cake. Big Pink Mommy Dragon, super my vibe. Otherwise, gotta give it to Kyloria. I love drawing cards. I love Snatch. Kyloria is just a big snatch on a stick.
My favorite card is Become the Arcanite, and the user of that specialization, my favorite hero, is Viserai.
Viserai. Just in its entirety, adult, young, rune
Full
chants,
stop.
all
Yeah,
that
full
purple
stop.
shit. Yeah.
All that purple.
Everything with 6 power. Just a big old blanket. We should just, if LSS could ban 6 power attacks, I'd be very happy.
My least favorite card in the game, at least right now, is Warmonger's Diplomacy. I feel like it beats up all of my favorite heroes.
Probably the first nationals where I flew into Orlando with a good local friend of mine back in Michigan. It was his first time flying, and so we just had a really wholesome trip. Being the first event where I met people, I just randomly ran into Majin Bay. Like, I didn't even know played Flesh and Blood yet, but to that world, he was just Caleb Van Patten.
I mean, I think it's got to be Pro Tour Baltimore, right? The whole experience of Pro Tour Baltimore was great. I mean, obviously taking second at a Pro Tour is fantastic. I made so many friends at that event. I got to hang out with so many people. Plus, I think that was the first time I realized that I had fans.
Oh, that's a good question. Pro Tour Baltimore earlier this year, just being there with all the Wolfpack, having an amazing time, and watching our teammate Michael Fang take down the whole Pro Tour.
I think Lucas Oswald is truly one of the best players in the game, and even though we practice quite a bit, to play him in an event would just let me know that I'm down percentage points, like from the get-go. Not only because he's incredible, but because he in particular knows the ins and outs of Levia, and a pro player who knows Levia and has played Levia and probably plays Levia better than me is, just a terrifying force to behold.
This one's easy. Michael Fang. I love him. He's my teammate. He is an amazing player, but Michael has a history now of psyoping the crap out of me. Pro Tour Baltimore, I just watched him play a 3-hour-long slugfest into a Dromai, so I prepped for super fatigue, and he pivots hard aggro, beats the hell out of me. in Atlanta, and he's on Lexi. 4 poppers in the first like 2 hands. No poppers left. Let's go. Hard commit to the board. Dude runs 9 poppers in Lexi. Wipes the floor with me again.
Michael Fang. No further comment. He's the
Okay.
scariest player out there.
For sure. Back, everybody, to the Realm Rumble here in Columbus, Ohio. It's my first time here sitting with the illustrious Derek Charmer Oswald. Thanks for hanging out.
It's only your first time today.
No, yeah,
We,
today.
we did get to do it yesterday.
That's true. No, I
and
meant
it was
today.
a lot of fun.
I meant today.
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
But I've been out there kind of just trolling through all the various tables, watching some incredibly exciting games take place in the 10K tournament. I watched the draft as well, checked out Matt McInnes's draft, took down his picks and chatted with him, but also was over checking out like the Alpha Clash Sealed, the Pokemon TCG tournament. There's the VGC tournament, the Pokemon like video game tournament happening, and I'm like, this year I've become a big like, if anybody watches Pokemon VGC, like Wolfie Glick fan, he's got these great YouTube videos on Pokemon stuff. And so I was like checking out the people with their Switches. It's like a whole like little mini convention out there, man. It's crazy.
It is Columbus Convention Center, so if you're in the area, feel free to stop by, come say hello, because there's plenty of things to do. You can find almost any side event to fit your tastes here at the Realm Rumble.
Yeah,
it's not just Flesh and Blood, but it's definitely Flesh and Blood, and that's what we're covering today, including this Bright Lights draft.
Introducing this Bright Lights draft featuring one of the last 2 world champions in Flesh and Blood, Michael Hamilton. There've been a bunch. There've been like a bunch of champions, but of the last 2, we do have Michael Hamilton here, which is great. It's great we have him here. We're gonna go ahead and check out the game right away, jumping over to the table because both of these players, I believe, are 1-0. This is Michael Hamilton on Dash Database, Raj Parikh on Teklo Vossen, a hero that I've messed around with in CC. I've drafted a couple times. People coming into the World Championship formats were saying was absolutely the strongest pick. You'd rather be the 8th Teklo in a draft than the 2nd Max, and we've seen some players here really just go ahead and show that all of these heroes have so much power behind them. But I will say Raj's deck's pretty damn good. When I walked over on turn 3 against Majin Bey, he already had 3 red Evos out on turn 3.
Yeah, I was hearing the breakdown from Majin, and I was like, oh, well, that sounds very interesting. So given that we also just got to see a really dominant performance from Michael Hamilton, this is going to be, I think, a bit of a barn burner, and this is also a very similar turn 1 to what we saw the last time from Michael Hamilton, where we're going to get multiple items out and then might send an attack, but ultimately I think they might just... Yeah, I was going to say end things here, and...
Yeah, so the Teklo Vossen player there went ahead and pitched a couple cards to the once per turn instant that is Teklo Vossen's ability, just to filter some cards out of his hand. Yeah, just didn't want to, maybe didn't have an Evo to play, just get a couple cards to the bottom of the stack. Got a couple powerful items there for Michael Hamilton right away. We got a Boom Grenade with a counter on it. Looks like a Dissolving Shield as well. We're going to start things off for Teklo Vossen here, boosting an Overloop. One of those block cards heading to the Banish Zone there. This is an Overloop, a classic card reprinted here in Bright Lights. 2 for 5. If it hits, goes to the bottom of the deck. One of those things that you don't like seeing once and you certainly don't want to see twice.
Yeah, and in particular in this Bright Lights format, because of Boost being so prominent and Fatigue being a game plan, Overloop has a very relevant on-hit. It is one of those things that seemed very benign when this card was first released, but in this format is actually one of the better on-hits in the game because it extends your deck life. Now, this was boosted because we do want the go again. I do see the Evo in the hand that you had mentioned. This is a Teklo Vossen player, and the sooner that you can get those online, the better off you are, oftentimes just because it means your weapon is online, and getting the free value from the weapons is very important, and so that's why we're going to see this Evo equipped, and that will end the turn.
Yeah, Evo Sentry base chest going to go ahead and power up Teklo Vossen. The mech suit is beginning to be assembled. The Dissolving Shield shored up a couple damage of the Overloop there, but that does mean that Michael Hamilton has a nice powerful red back at the bottom of the deck, and like you said, in a format that features a lot of cards heading from the top of the deck to the Banished Zone, you have to be happy if you're Michael to know you have another threat left over. Or you have to be, sorry, if
I
you're
was
Raj.
going to say, that was Raj, not Michael. Michael is very unhappy that connected. But that also tells me that Michael likely has a very offensive, aggressive hand, because if you are willing to let that go, it means you are trying to set up the go wide turn. And I suspect it's because we did have the Boom Grenade that was already set up. And the last time we saw Michael Hamilton in action, I thought, okay, well, the Boom Grenade is just going to mean that the other player has to block out, and it might mean that's the game plan. But no, Michael Hamilton was able to successfully go wide because of not just all of these boost attacks, but he has very good cards in terms of breakpoints. So in this case, we see the no block. Raj possibly just saying, hey, I don't want to have to worry about overextending to stop this boom grenade. I'm not going to get baited, so let's just let it go through right out of the gate, and then we'll navigate the rest of the turn. But we're going to follow that up with another 5, and Michael Hamilton, after playing this, just checking that top card to see if there's anything spicy there.
And I believe that's going to get +1 because that dissolving shield was banished as a result of the cost there. So a nice little fortuitous boost from Michael Hamilton. Raj going to go ahead and shore up that damage, get the 2 points of value off the Evo Sentry base chest, blocking with that crankshaft. 5 points of value blocked there. So a couple, in a format that can often be a little grindy, a little back and forth, wanting to block with a couple cards, attack with a couple cards, block with 2, attack for 6, keep cards in your deck. Both players here showing they're ready to put their foot upon the gas.
Oh, after what we saw from Michael Hamilton in round 1, I was very impressed with how aggressive his dash deck was, and we're just kind of seeing a repeat of that. Was able to snag some very high-quality attacks. Again, breakpoints are the emphasis. Yes, that was fortuitous. It got that +1, but ultimately this still was a 1 for 4, and that's really where you want to be in this format, because with so many cards blocking for 3, being able to leak that damage through is ever so more important. And we do have the Symbiosis shot that's going to get through, and then activation of Dash here to, I believe that's another shield that's being put up, a Dissolution Sphere.
That means we're going to get another counter on the
Yeah,
shot and get to attack with the
I was
going to
say,
again.
it was cranked, so yeah, you were out of action points, but because it comes in at instant speed, and then you crank, you get your action point back, and then you fire again. So very, very wide, a lot of attacks, doing exactly what you want on Dash, and we already have the Teklo player down to 14.
Michael Hamilton going to be following him throughout this draft, depending on how he does. If he could be the one of the 3-0 of this draft pod. We followed his draft, might as well see how the games go out. So until the world champ falls, we're going to follow him to glory and beyond. Raj, though, has a very strong deck looking to stand in his way. Teklo Vossen, you can get to the late game with a couple Evos. That Teklo Blaster, just Teklo Leveler, truly an inevitability in a format that doesn't have another weapon like that in the format whatsoever. You cannot just simply rely on a Symbiosis shot or a Banksy because they require other conditions, whereas Teklo Leveler, as soon as you have a single Evo, has that inevitability. At the end of the game, if you have a single card, a single blue left in your deck and one Evo, you are able to push through the game from there. But it's time to continue on the turn. It looks like a full tilt coming out, so it's going to be an attack, I believe, for 5 with a boost. Beautiful art.
Now, there is something worth noting, which is the base chest that had been played has already been chewed through and then replaced. Now, that was able to happen because it was a base chest, so you could do the overwrite, but now this chest can no longer be overridden. It is the blade break version, I'm pretty sure, which means you do get the 2 extra armor in a pinch, but you have to be a bit more protective now because those Evos are what turn on that leveler. So one of the things that you can potentially do on the side of Michael Hamilton, if you're worried about that inevitability, is to just throw so much damage at your opponent that they're forced to block with those Evos.
Yeah, and look at that Raj here, giving 2 cards to that Gas Guzzler, just making sure that no more damage gets through on the turn. So Michael, really able to get all the cards out of the hand there for Raj. We talk about fatigue from the top of the deck, but also fatigue through damage is a very legitimate part of this format. You just, again, throw those big attacks for 6, 7, even 9 if you're able to do, 2-card 6 plus your Banksy if you're on a max deck. That's how you chew through your opponent's deck as they go through blocks. There's life damage and deck damage that's so relevant in this format as well.
We saw a very similar strategy from Michael Hamilton in round 1 where once he got a little bit of tempo going his way, he got the hand from Matthew several turns in a row, just going so wide that you had to block with all 4 cards. And in many cases, he was still leaking damage because of the Symbiosis shot, because of some of those breakpoints that I was highlighting before. If you can eat all 4 cards of your opponent and also get that damage through, it's a pretty big deal. Here we can kind of see the hand of Michael Hamilton. So there is another Boom Grenade that's a potential play, or we might see a situation if you think that this is going to go long because you're now against Teklo Vossen as opposed to Max. you could potentially pitch that and then try to set up a pitch stack later where it's on the top of your deck, and then you get that kind of bonus. They're also updating the life totals to be properly reflected, so it's actually Raj is already down to 12.
Raj Parikh at 12. Michael Hamilton sitting at 15. 3 life on the challenger to this world champion on the dash deck here. Also want to point out those 3 tech deck. Why haven't we been calling the Tekla-Vossen deck like the tech deck? You ever have those as a kid? You know, the like little skateboards, tech decks.
Oh, see, no, because I'm old.
No, you're not.
Those came out like when I was already an adult.
Hadron
unfortunately.
Collider into the boom grenade here. 2 items gonna go ahead and most likely maybe just be the end of the turn here for Michael. Looks like he's getting ready to put that pitch on the bottom. Not sure if he's just
I don't
considering
think
this a
that
setup.
I don't think he likes the attacks that he has available for triggering these. So I believe what happened was it was the Hadron from the top and then the boom grenade from hand, and then we might just see either a symbiosis shot, but he didn't boost the boom grenade, and I don't believe he boosted the Hadron. So this might just be a pass, and I think what's happening is when he passes priority, Raj was considering maybe activating the Tekla-Vossen ability, but instead we are just going to go to the next turn. But that allows Michael Hamilton to get a new grip of cards to try to get a better way to trigger that boom grenade.
Both players here having a bit of a setup turn, and Michael Hamilton kind of putting the onus here on Raj, saying, you're playing Tekla-Vossen, you right now only have the 1 Evo. I'm going to make you have the go again. What boosts did you draft? If I give you this full grip of 5 cards, how much can you really go ahead and continue your turn from here? It looks as though we're going to go ahead and play the Scrap Harvester, which is going to let us scrap that Evo chest. Oh, that's a very interesting interaction. So we used the Evo battery pack to destroy the base chest before the crank resolved, before the scrap resolved on the Scrap Harvester or Scrap Compactor there, getting that Evo base chest back into the banish zone from the scrap effect. A really nice sequence of plays there from Raj.
Yeah, using the printed ability on that battery pack to, again, utilize the cards underneath it and then turn around and scrap it. It's just a great way to use the resources. Even though this is a mechanologist set, Tekla-Vossen, more than the other heroes, tends to be what I call the greener hero. He tries to make use of all of the parts. He tries to recycle, reduce, reuse, and get a lot of value out of things.
Michael Hamilton, I think down to, looks like perhaps 9 there after those attacks.
Yeah, I don't think that the life on the pad has been updated, but he did take some damage there, I'm pretty sure.
Alrighty, this is going to be, I think, a Razzle Dazzle coming in,
Yes.
getting the bonus from the Hadron Collider. This is going to be 6 on top of that. Immediately 2 cards come down from Raj. That was such a cool little play with the instant destruction and then the scrap, like in response to the scrap trigger. I'd never seen that in this format before. That was super cool.
We're going to follow that up. I believe this is a soup up, but because the item was destroyed, this should have go again naturally. I believe it's the red one as well, so it should be a 4 go again.
Powerful card in this format. Anytime you can go 0 for 4 with go again in Flesh and Blood, you feel like you're doing something right.
They tend to be staples, right? Whether it's your Scar for Scar, your Blaze Headlongs, and of course in this set it's soup up. It's a little bit more conditional and it's in the rare slot, but rightfully so, because not only is it a powerful 0 for 4 go for again, but with the Galvanize, it very often is a block for 4 as well.
The Galvanize mechanic, such an interesting one. I did some conversations with some, incredible players, friends of mine, professionals that are playing throughout the stream as well. And one of the things Brody Spurlock said in his tip for Bright Lights Draft is, if you have a Steam counter with Crank and at the start of the turn, it says remove this or it's destroyed, you can elect to just let it get destroyed, even if it has the counter on it, for cards like Soup Up. You can just say, I'm just gonna let this get destroyed, even though I don't have to for a card like Soup Up. That Soup Up did just get 1 point of damage across as well.
But we followed it up with a second Soup Up.
Yeah, it's powerful here from Michael Hamilton.
So the first one got through with the breakpoint. The damage was done with the boom grenade. Finally, that damage you were talking about on Michael Hamilton's side was resolved on the pad. So, but this is such a powerful turn. This is why we took that kind of turn off to set up. And now we're going incredibly wide. This is exactly what we saw in round 1. We're going to see Symbiosis Shot coming in now. Looks like this is blocked with an Evo. This is a pretty standard play when you're on Teklevasan. You can block with these Evos from hand and then use your scrap cards later to banish them, and then use the Teklevasan ability to play your Evos from the banish zone. So again, kind of reinforcing what I said before, which is he is the green hero with the recycle, reduce, reuse. He always uses all of the parts. And then coming from the arsenal here, another big attack.
Can be a Sprocket Rocket coming in. We have to give the equipment right away. Still get the boost after that. 2 more damage coming after from the Symbiosis shot as well, thanks to the crank off the top of the deck from
And that,
Dash Database.
that ate the equipment.
That was an incredibly powerful turn there from Michael Hamilton, putting Raj all the way down to 2. Raj just has to pass back. Fortunate to get another card off the top of the deck to continue the turn after the first Symbiosis shot. Dash Database finding those items plugged into the mainframe, and Michael Hamilton is trying to utilize that speed to get to the finish line, cross into that 3-0 potential territory.
If you take one thing away from this draft, or just Flesh and Blood in general, when we're talking about limited play, it's that 0 for 4s with Go Again are incredibly powerful. That double soup up turn before has put Raj completely on the back foot. And it's so telling because, again, lost one of the Evos there permanently because that was a Blade Break one. And so now your top end is, of course, just the 3 Evos for your leveler, but also for any of your Evo upgrade cards.
Yeah, and that sentry-based chest that we worked so hard utilizing, again, the cool battery pack mechanic to get into the banish zone, it's going to be stranded there unless we find a way utilizing, like, a Fabricate.
I was going to say,
which was passed around in the pod.
Yes, and
there was a
I've
Fabricate
drafted
walking
him
around.
before. It is certainly a viable card.
Raj here leaving the cards on the table because it is still his end step on the turn after he had to just pass and draw up. It looks as, I think that's what's happening. Is that Michael
we
Hamilton
saw this a lot last round as well, where Michael is just considering, do I want to do something at the opponent's turn? Because the dash from the top of the deck is a once per turn ability, right? And so it's not just do I want that item, but also do I want to dig a little bit deeper? And the longer the game goes, we also saw Michael Hamilton look through his banish, look through his discard, because he's trying to figure out what is left in my deck that I could potentially dig for. So yes, every time he has expended his opponent's entire hand for blocking, there is this moment where he's saying, okay, do I want to do something on their turn before they resolve and draw up?
Mini Force Field here, going to go ahead and lose that Steam counter. Now just an item that is chilling. Will be destroyed at the start of the next turn unless you have an effect from hand that says you may destroy an item as an additional part of the cost. See, what does Michael Hamilton have to work with? Looks as though we're just going to start this turn with a Symbiosis shot. You have to imagine there's an item off the top of the deck to continue the turn from here, and that's probably why Michael did not elect to do so on Raj's turn, because he knew he was going to need to continue the turn from here. Going to give this next counter to the Symbiosis shot as well as an action point now that we've cranked the backup protocol yellow, a card that we don't see very often, and then going right into another Symbiosis shot.
It's funny you mentioned that. When we were covering the draft, Flake and I, this backup protocol yellow was a second to last pick of a pack. Like, it was passed around a lot because, again, a lot of emphasis is not often put on the yellows, but I had said this is still a very playable card. Obviously, it's not as powerful as the blue or the red version, but there's a number of ways that you can utilize this, both as dash, but also when you have so many galvanized cards as well. And here we are going to see it came in, he cranked it, gave him the action point to fire a Symbiosis, and now he can also just turn around, get something back. You can see a second backup protocol yellow that he's now pitching. So making use of those cards that are often considered lower priority and doing it really well. I believe that is a Gas Guzzler.
Going to be a Gas Guzzler here with the 5 attack value brought back from the backup protocol yellow. Such a powerful little interaction. Get that off the top of the deck, get you that action point, and then immediately use that into the card you grab. So Michael really kind of clawing together a turn. That was not necessarily the most intuitive way to perhaps use those cards when you first looked at them, but Michael finding the way to make sure that he was still able to use a bunch of the cards in his hand, even though he had to start with just that Symbiosis shot with no backup support.
Well, it helps when you've got your opponent down to 2, because those Symbiosis shots, you say, well, it's only starting with that, but that's still threatening lethal. It still demands some sort of response. So the very impressive turns before has gotten him to a state where even if he has a quote-unquote off turn or an awkward, clunky turn, that Symbiosis shot is enough to at least make Raj do something. And so here, We do see the scrap card being played.
Little scrap
the-
hopper. Going to make a quicken token after
That
the scrap.
head that was earlier blocked with from hand is then banished so that, again, you can play it from the banish zone as Teklevasan at some point. We also, because of the scrap, get the quicken token.
It's going to go ahead and shore up just the 1 point of damage. Or the... Oh, it looks as though the iPad is not responding, but that's okay. We'll work on that in just a minute.
Yeah, that scrap hopper doing its job, and now we're going to see the dive through data. Again, really powerful card in Dash because of the opt. First, the boost goes, so you get to then take a look at the next top card, and then if this hits, if you don't like that top card, you can opt and go even deeper. We're going to have a quick deck count by Raj. I think he's realizing we might be coming up to second cycle soon as well, which is also very relevant with Dash, because if you pay attention to your second cycle, then you'll just know when to expect certain cards on the top of your deck.
Got to be respective. Dive through data. Looks as though we might be just giving 3 to this. 1 damage coming across. Going to put Raj down 2-1 here. Any more breakpoints that Michael Hamilton is able to find? Looks like he does go ahead and opt that card to the bottom.
You know, speaking of Evos, I think that's a Steel Soul in hand. Always a very powerful card. It looks like those are the arms.
Sprocket Rocket coming in here.
Yep, and again, it's that awkward break point at 4. We saw Michael put an emphasis on any of these ones that come in for 4, and we have the Teklo ability as an instant, draws a card trying to find something to get him out of this, but he's got to throw all of his cards in front of that one, which means nothing left to block here.
And that's the game, Michael Hamilton. That Sprocket Rocket banished a second time that an item was banished as part of the boost cost and got the +1 from there. So critically, 2 cards had to be taken on that 4. Luckily, Michael Hamilton, because he opted the card to the bottom, was able to look and say, oh, there's an item on top. Perfect time for the Sprocket Rocket. Let me get that +1 value, which means the crankshaft in my arsenal is going to be enough to find the end of the game. So Michael Hamilton 2-0 on the day in this draft, but he was 6-1 coming into this in the 20K. So he is putting himself in great position for the CC rounds coming up.
Absolutely. This was another great game. This is a draft, I'll be honest, I was a little concerned when I saw it because I thought it might be a little too item heavy. But the number of attacks that he was able to secure that have these go-again effects with awkward breakpoints, again, these soup-ups have been outstanding every time they've come out.
Yeah.
But also ensuring that when you're doing like the dumpster dive and the things like that, you're getting that little bonus, right? So
That's an
goes from 3 to 4, things like that, and then all of a sudden you leak enough damage and you get your opponent on the back foot. But also the plethora of items has meant Symbiosis Shot has been able to be very consistent from the weapon slot as well. Like I said, I was concerned because sometimes when you are the Dash player, if you have too many items, you don't have a way to block. Turns out you don't have to block if your opponent is stuck blocking with their entire hand over and over and over again.
And on the turn that Michael really put the onus on Raj to find the pressure and find the attack, he was able to do that. You know, we've talked about it a couple times, was able to get the Evo into the banish zone, which was a nice use of those cards, but did not find enough pressure at all to make Michael Hamilton think twice about giving Raj, you know, the momentum there, the potential to take the momentum. Really just took that setup turn, and it was that setup turn, the Hadron Collider getting destroyed with the soup up was the just fire starter for what was the storm of that turn. So
I think that this is actually a very interesting way to look at the Bright Lights format because a lot of times if you are item heavy, like I said, I get worried. I'm afraid of my blocking. But if you're playing into what you expect to be a bunch of Teklos in your pod, because that's very common, if they're taking their turns to set up the Evos, then you don't have to block as much. It's not that risky, really. And that's kind of what we were seeing here, right? So when Michael did his setup turn, he wasn't really overly punished because the other player, Raj, was taking a bit of a setup turn of their own. And then you just present a ridiculous amount of damage. Like, there's no other way to put it. The double soup up was just wild.
So 2 players have stood before the 2022 world champion and fallen to his dash deck. That means one more still has to try to take up the mantle of challenger and see if they can take him down. We're going to take a quick break here as we let the players rest and recuperate from that high-octane draft battle, and then get ready for the final round of draft before we turn our gaze once more to Classic Constructed. I feel like we're going home when we return to Classic Constructed. 4 rounds of CC today before we find out our top 8 of the 20K Invitational. But during those CC rounds, we got a lot to do. We got to give away something cool. We gave away a Marvel Angel yesterday.
Yep.
We got to give away something at least as cool as that. We have this incredible playmat that will be given away. This is one of my favorite I've seen some time. I just think this thing is so pretty. I love it. Going to give that away as well. And what's the cherry on top, Charmer? What's the final thing that's happening during the CC rounds?
And Alpha. So I said it correctly earlier. Alpha, welcome to Race Pack. But because it's you here, I'm going to say Alpha, welcome to Wrath.
You make me feel wrath when you say that.
I know. That's why, yeah. But Alpha, welcome to Wraith Pack, which
Welcome-
is outstanding,
Come
right?
on. Who doesn't want to have a welcome to Wraith Pack? So make sure you stick around for those giveaways. We'll also have an exciting flash sale and discount that we hinted at during yesterday's stream that will be live during the CC rounds at some point today. So don't go anywhere. Don't go too far. We got so much great flesh and blood coming at you from Columbus, Ohio. We'll see you in just a couple minutes. Welcome in, everybody. I'm back with Flake, but this time we're here to talk Bravo, Borvo, the showstopper, the big bonk man, with one of his most, I'm sure, treasured disciples. If we were to speak to Bravo himself, I'm sure he would just be like, "Oh, Flake is very good guy." Like, I'm sure he would just be a huge fan of yours.
Oh, I appreciate that. I mean, part of the whole Bravo thing that I'm just all about. First of all, it's like the prototype for control-related decks, and I'm a control player by nature. But the other thing is that Bravo kind of looks like my dad when my dad was in college.
Yes.
And I've pulled out old photographs of my dad, and I was like, this is just my dad, big burly chest, and like has this like full-on Italian glow to him. So that's kind of why I'm all for it. Plus, my nonna used to always say "Bravo" to me when I would do things. So like, I've got a connection, and I'm all for it. That's why I love Bravo.
That is very sweet and makes a lot of sense. I feel like while this hero's in the format, you gotta rock him, dude. He's good. He might be good now. I mean, Americans always think he's good. Americans are the kings, queens, and folks of just being like, Bravo is the best. Bravo wins all these tournaments, and then conversion rate is 0.4%. But hey, we might be in a different era now. We've
been in full copium mode for a while now. No more so than I think at Worlds, where I would have conversations with people like Majin Bey, Pankaj, Sasha Markovic, and like Brendan Patrick. We'd all be testing together, and the consensus was Bravo is dog water. It's the worst. It is a trap. Don't go there. Not even close. And then you got people like, Michael Feng and Michael Hamilton, the Wolfpack. Like, they're all showing up with Bravo, and I'm like, I don't know what to believe anymore, because there's two completely separate schools of thought, both by very intelligent, strong, smart players.
For sure.
And they've come to completely different conclusions. And that's part of why I love this game, is because it's rare that in a game, like in a card game, you could have two completely polarized opinions about such a prominent hero. And I love that.
For sure. Well, let's get into it. Firstly, before we really get into the deck and the game plan, which we're going to in just a moment. Now, I'm starting all these off. I just want to know what happens to Bravo now that Iyslander has left us. This is the first tournament that Iyslander will no longer be legal. So all of these decks have very different questions they're trying to answer all of a sudden. So for Bravo players, what does this mean?
Well, Bravo had really tough times actually
putting the screws to an Icelander player, because you have to basically go bonk, and creating things like seismic surges were not going to help you. You don't want to give your opponent a window to actually respond to things, and you have to be very mindful of some of the gambles that you would have to take against the Icelander, because plays like go agains and leaving, if your entire game plan is so tightly knit that you don't have a resource to spare, but you can lay it on thick, chances are you're not going to get that opportunity. So some of the times, I mean, some of the matchups that I would play of Bravo into Icelander, you're just taking gambles. It's like, well, crap. Like, if that is a Blizzard, if that is a CLF in their arsenal, this turn is totally garbage. But if I'm going to win this game, I got to play to win, not play not to lose. So we're just going to go for it, because if you're just constantly swinging hammer, you're going to lose. With Icelander gone now, you don't necessarily have to worry about that very, prevalent matchup that you have to take gambles on. It was a losing endeavor with very heroic results if you win. It's not like, well, I had a game plan and I effectuated it. It was, I got Crippling Crushed, and I have Crippling Crushes, and I risked to dominate on it, and they didn't have an ice card in their arsenal, and I just rolled it from there. But I mean, I've been blown up, but I've beaten Icelander players, and I've also gotten absolutely embarrassed by players like by Ray Adams, who just crushed me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we're 100%. It's a deck that I loved. Icelander. It was probably the deck that I had the most fun playing, and the Bravo matchup was a fun one, and it was definitely sometimes like, oh my god, you are hitting me in the face so very hard, and I am having a trouble stopping it.
and you take offense to that, and I'm okay with it. Like, and there was a lot of different schools of thought in terms of how to beat it, because you could beat it with the horn, remembrance plan to break their auras.
Mm-hmm.
The other plan is like, I just got to go face.
Welcome in, everybody. I'm back with Flake, but this time we're here to talk Bravo, Borvo, the showstopper, the big bonk man, with one of his most, I'm sure, treasured disciples. If we were to speak to Bravo himself, I'm sure he would just be like, oh, Flake is very good guy. Like, I'm sure he would just be a huge fan of yours.
Oh, I appreciate that. I mean, part of the whole Bravo thing that I'm just all about. First of all, it's like the prototype for control-related decks, and I'm a control player by nature. But the other thing is that Bravo kind of looks like my dad when my dad was in college.
Yes.
And I've pulled out old photographs of my dad, and I was like, this is just my dad, big burly chest, and like has this like full-on Italian glow to him. So that's kind of why I'm all for it. Plus, my nonna used to always say "Bravo" to me when I would do things. So like, I've got a connection, and I'm all for it. That's why I love Bravo.
That is very sweet and makes a lot of sense. I feel like while this hero's in the format, you gotta rock him, dude. He's good. He might be good now. I mean, Americans always think he's good. Americans are the kings, queens, and folks of just being like, Bravo is the best. Bravo wins all these tournaments, and then conversion rate is 0.4%. But hey, we might be in a different era now. We've
been in full copium mode for a while now. No more so than I think at Worlds, where I would have conversations with people like Majin Bey, Pankaj, Sasha Markovic, and like Brendan Patrick. We'd all be testing together, and the consensus was Bravo is dog water. It's the worst. It is a trap. Don't go there. Not even close. And then you got people like, Michael Feng and Michael Hamilton, the Wolfpack. Like, they're all showing up with Bravo, and I'm like, I don't know what to believe anymore, because there's two completely separate schools of thought, both by very intelligent, strong, smart players.
For sure.
And they've come to completely different conclusions. And that's part of why I love this game, is because it's rare that in a game, like in a card game, you could have two completely polarized opinions about such a prominent hero.
Welcome in, everyone. We have descended into the volcanoes, into the fiery, ash-filled plains of Volcor, because I am lucky enough to be graced with the presence of the Empress herself. Mara Ferris, thank you for taking the time for but a plebeian like myself.
Thank you for having me. That is a very proper introduction, I think.
I have to give honor where honor is due. So we are going to be talking about the deck for which you are so well known.
My Bravo, I understand.
Your Bravo, yes, your Bravo star of the show. So let me just really quickly pull it up. We're going to be talking.
There would be a riot. If I showed up with a Bravo, there would be a riot.
Well, luckily for all of us who don't want to hang out in a riot, we are going to be talking about Dromai, of course, today. So I've been starting all of these discussions out by talking about the frozen elephant in the room. Iyslander has left us. What happens now for Dromai that one of the most kind of intricate and like back and forth and evolving matchups is no longer on the table? What happens now with this deck?
So I will say I'm a little sad to see the Iyslander matchup go. I think the Iyslander Dromai has always been one of the most nuanced, most skill testing matchups I think I've ever played. And I love playing that matchup. It's a super fun matchup. It's a super skill intensive matchup. And I'm sad to see it go. And I don't think we're gonna see another matchup quite that intricate for a while. And I'm a little sad about that. What I'm not sad about is the freeing up of like half my sideboard. I don't think it's much of a secret. I prefer a very redline style Dromai deck. I tend to play very aggressive, very I should say red heavy, but what I actually mean is 60 reds in a deck. My typical Dromai deck does not run blues, and when you're playing against Iyslander with a deck that does not run blues, you have a bad time. So I, for the last year or so that I've been playing this kind of list, have always pretty much locked about half of my sideboard to running between about 5 and 8 blues, just so that I can have the access to those in the Iyslander match. So suddenly now I get a sideboard, and it's kind of a weird experience. I was sitting down last night doing some brewing for my list, and I've gotten so accustomed to having such a tight list that I'm just like, okay, my list has to be good into everybody, because I don't have room for sideboard between like I especially like when it was like Oldhim and Iyslander, about half my sideboard was a fatigue package for Oldhim and the other half was a bunch of blues for Iyslander, and that was all the sideboarding I ever got. And so now Oldhim is gone, Iyslander is gone. I have this whole extra space in my deck that I didn't know we got. Is this how every other deck feels? do the other decks get 15 cards that they can just swap in and out like whenever they feel like it? It's a weird feeling, but it is pretty cool. I'm kind of excited to have the opportunity to register a deck that just has nothing in the blue column at all.
That's a good feeling. I have kind of a follow-up question, actually, just in hearing you talk about it. You know, you had mentioned that the matchup was super intricate, and it was, a very, very back and forth, and it's, as we all have seen over these many months, it has evolved in various different ways as both decks change and both decks adapt to the metagame. But a lot of people think that, Dromai has, historically had a pretty good matchup in Iyslander. If those dragons can go unanswered, it's like it's something that can really be a struggle for Iyslander to deal with. So my question is, you have the sideboard available, but there's now a matchup that maybe you were kind of able to target.
Hey.
I assume we're live.
I've got to imagine.
Yeah, I didn't hear a countdown.
But I got
hello!
Hey!
We're probably live, so welcome to the Realm Invitational here in Columbus, Ohio. I am still Charmer, once again joined by the spectacular Sam O'Byrne, and we are getting ready to cover the final round of our Bright Lights draft portion of the Realm Invitational. So if you're just joining us, quick reminder, day 1, 115 invited qualified players, 7 rounds of CC, cut to top 32. Day 2, 32 players, 4 draft pods, Bright Lights draft. We've seen 2 rounds successfully navigated by Michael Hamilton. Not even successfully, but pretty dominantly, actually. And so we're going into the final round. And then after this, 4 more rounds of CC before the cut to top 8, which will conclude on Sunday.
This is actually an incredibly exciting matchup. We have the 2022 world champion Michael Hamilton facing off against Matthew W., the other 2-0 in the pod. They faced off already in Swiss, and now they are here to try to take the lone mantle of the 3-0 of just a stacked draft pod. Matt W., of course, top 4 of this year's world championship on a mechanologist himself. Players are shuffling up, so let's go ahead and check out these decks here. We've seen Michael Hamilton. We followed his draft. We followed his first 2 rounds. It's always exciting when the player you feature in the draft does well. In the draft, you're able to continue to watch their deck and see if they can take it through to the finish line. Michael, like you said, had 2 pretty dominant displays of aggression and sequencing with this Dash database deck.
Yeah, I talked to him in between this round just to say, hey, been watching, you're doing great, but also if you pick up Dash.io in the offseason and start to play it in Constructed, you might be a monster because this has been methodical. And he was like, yeah, I was thinking about taking a break, but maybe I will try it. And then Brody, it was like, hey, me and Mara were also going to test Dash.io. So there might be a lot of players giving this hero quite the look because when it is on, it does some incredibly powerful things.
100%. I mean, just the ability to have access to any additional cards in any context. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It just breaks open the game in some way.
Historically in Flesh and Blood, the powerful heroes have always had access to additional cards, right? So Chain during the heyday because of Soul Shackle essentially extends your hand. Lexi, when doing well, obviously bolstered by cards like 3 of a Kind. We see cards like Art of War always featured. And so the ability to just rip from the top of your deck is obviously a powerful way to extend your hand. And now that we have shuffled up, the last couple of games we saw Michael with a very powerful turn 0, able to get a couple of items down and arsenal a card. So we're going to,
Definitely some fortunate top of the deck, not even necessarily manipulation, just the top of the deck cooperated with Michael Hamilton, at least in the game that we just did, and I was able to see grabbing some important items pretty early. Looks as though this game's going to begin with a Teklovasin activation just to do some filtering, get some cards to the bottom. This is going to be an infused titanium, so it should just be for 4 if I'm not mistaken. If that is the blue.
I believe it's 5, actually. This is the one
that caps in for 5, then.
Caps at 7 with the red, because it's usually one that I'm very excited to see at red because of that break point that we talk about. It's so important.
5 damage coming in with that Galvanize keyword from Bright Lights. Just going to put some pressure on. Say, Michael, did you find a handful of items? Can you even block this one out?
I mean, I do see it looks like a backup protocol yellow in his hand, so we know there's at least one item there that might be impacting the way he decides to block this. Obviously, Dash starts with less health due to the power of the hero and is going to be taking some damage here.
Yeah, look at that. A couple points of damage, able to come across that dive through data. Powerful 1 cost for 4 with a relevant on-hit in a deck that likes to look at the top card of their deck and would like some optionality as to what that card is, but going to be committed to the block here. And on turn 0, a turn that you don't want to leak any damage because of the draw, but again, deck damage is as relevant in some games as life damage, so those 2 life points either forced into by having a handful of items or Michael deciding I need to keep cards in my deck.
Yeah, on top of that, no item on the top, so Michael leaked damage but was unable to, as an instant, get anything deployed. So unlike the first 2 games, not starting necessarily as hot here, so we are going to take a boost. And it does not look like the item was hit this time, so we are just going to have the 4 go again to start things off. Still great, though. Again, for that awkward breakpoint position, so we might just see the 3 block. If Michael has a boom grenade on the top, could flash that in at instant speed, but looks like they're just going to resolve the 1 damage.
It is nice that in this format and in this set, mechanologists were given the ability to have additional on hits beyond just putting cards back into their deck so that their boosts can be less impactful. Cards like the Terminator tank and the Annihilator engine, the ability for Dash to bring an item in at instant speed like a boom grenade that has a relevant on hit. It's nice for the class to have access to those kind of effects because, that kind of interaction is so key and so important to what Flesh and Blood is for so many decks. Backup Protocol Yellow coming in out of the hand looks like it's going to be Crank, so putting a counter on the Symbiosis shot, going to keep the action point with 2 floating. However, pass the turn from there. Let's see how Matt W. here went down to 19 after this attack. This is for all the marbles of this draft pod, folks. This was an incredibly stacked group of 8 featuring incredibly strong players. This is going to be a liquid-cooled Mayhem. Normally gets the cost discounted by the Evos you have equipped. Matt W. not able to find any Evos. Just going to put some pressure on here.
Yeah, and it looks like this is the yellow version, which I believe should be for 5. So this is a very expensive 4 pitch for 5 in this scenario. But again, you just want to either pressure the health total or get rid of some of those cards because with Michael Hamilton getting the arsenal and starting the turn with that item in play, if he doesn't activate the protocol, he could just let it go away and then have that turn on soup ups, which we know he has a pair of reds in this deck. He's used them very effectively in the past. And perhaps sensing that, Mr. W, he's so often referred to as Matt W, but, for fun, Mr. W here
Mr.
might be
W.
saying, all right, I either want to eat cards from your hand or just kind of punish you. Does eat one of the cards here, but will still leak some damage as well. And just like that, Michael Hamilton's already down to 14. So start of the turn, that does go away, and you have to assume that means that either soup up or something similar is on the table.
Yeah, because the Crank was not utilized on the turn before, so Michael Hamilton, most likely was setting up that item destruction for some kind of relevant effect. We'll have to see what it is. The Razzle Dazzle just going to be coming in with the boost keyword. Clear. Need to get, looks like maybe a Junkyard Dog head into the bin there. Can't quite tell, but 4
Yeah,
damage
it does
coming
look
across.
like that was a Junkyard Dog that was boosted. And there is the soup up from the arsenal, so 4 go again.
Such a powerful interaction, Michael, with that heads-up play, probably, wanted to set that up in the arsenal, knew that we had a way to utilize the destruction from the backup protocol Yellow. Now, I wonder, 4 with Go Again is so powerful in the format, but if you have to spend a whole card out of your deck to do so and then do nothing with that card and just pass the turn from there, is that, effect mitigated at all that, Matt W was able to kind of put the pressure on in some ways with his Liquid Cooled Mayhem because Michael Hamilton just played a card and passed. Yes, it powered up the soup up for your next turn, but not really just 4 with Go Again for 0 if it cost you 2 cards and that second card that, satisfied the item destruction cost didn't really do anything.
It makes it slightly less powerful, but it's very on par if you consider 1 for 4s are also very good in this format. For example, there's a lot of emphasis on the 1 for 4 with boosts. So in this case, you played 1 card. So if you equivalent that to, like, I pitched 1 and then I got this 4 with Go Again, but I also didn't have to boost, you're actually still kind of coming out ahead on the deck economy. It's just delayed over the course of a couple of turns. So I think that that's still fine in this scenario. The card that went away is also the Backup Protocol Yellow, arguably the worst of the backup protocols. And so if you are kind of stuck playing those, getting any sort of value feels good. I do see what you are saying. Obviously, it's not optimal, but I think that that's a trade, especially in bright lights, that you're still comfortable making.
Michael Hamilton putting that Symbiosis shot on the board again without any current ability to continue the turn. So you have to imagine there's a Crank item off the top of the deck. I know last game there was, it looked like he was shooting Symbiosis shot maybe multiple times more when he was just moving things across the chain, but it looks like this
Hey,
one
look,
is going to
an
get blocked out.
activation.
Dash going
Somebody
to bring
called
in
it.
the Hadron Collider here.
So Symbiosis shot getting another counter. Hadron Collider there. Now, we have seen in the past sometimes Michael will then just play a second item, get another counter, and set up for the future, but it does instead look like, I think this is a gas up that is coming. The strip is a little difficult to see, but I think it is the yellow version.
Can't tell. Might be a red. I think it might be a red, but regardless of what it is, it's going to give the next. Or no, is this a full tilt?
Oh, it is a full tilt. Yeah, after it was pushed forward a bit, I can see it a little bit better. So yes, this is a full tilt.
But with the mini force field there that was played on the last turn, able to shore that up with the ward and a 3-block.
And then we come into another soup up here. Yeah, the gas up was the card that was boosted away. So that is my apologies earlier. It is a full tilt and the gas up was boosted. But we do have the soup up follow up here.
Now this time, just going to have the go again off that Hadron Collider being destroyed as a result of boosting from the full tilt. Looks like that is a perfect block with the 1-card firewall block
Yeah,
there
the
for
red
Teklo.
firewall.
Yeah, an incredibly good card in this format. Also in the rare slot, right?
Yeah, it's in the rare slot, and it's not just good in the format overall, but it's great with Teklevasen because it helps you search for those Evos that you're coveting. And we're going to follow that soup up with another attack for 4.
Sprocket Rocket hitting the boom grenade up the top. This is like the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Michael Hamilton hit an item off the top when he needs to. So even if your deck is full of items, you have a lot of cards that care about boosting items, and you're able to look at the top of your deck. Maybe you're a little more incentivized to keep them in there.
Yep, and then to cap things off, we're going to fire that last Symbiosis shot, which I believe will connect because if the Sprocket Rocket was not blocked, you have to assume the Symbiosis shot's not going to be prioritized either. And this is what we've seen time and time again from Michael Hamilton in this draft, which is you take a little bit of damage, you do a little bit of setup, and then you go incredibly wide to leak through. And if you can do that 2 times, you get your opponent on the back foot. So that's the first. But we do have a nice 0 attack with scrap popping off here. Unfortunately, nothing to take advantage of the scrap here. Matt W, again, not found any of the Evos yet. Normally what you want to do is you want to block with them, play your scrap card to banish them, and then play the Evos from the banish zone. But here you're just trying to get any sort of value you can. So this is just going to be the 0 for 3, and then likely Arsenal that second card.
Matt W also clearly wanting to set up that Arsenal, given that you took all that damage. You took like 6 damage with the card in hand. So either it didn't block, or you were wanting to get this scrap compactor out of your arsenal so you could set it up with whatever card is left in his hand there, given that, doesn't make sense otherwise.
A lot of times for Teklevasen, that tells me that that could be something like a Terminator tank or one of those other really powerful Evo upgrade cards, because if you are trying to force the arsenal and you're sacrificing all that damage, a lot of what you want to do as Teklevasen is obviously get your Evos, but then set up some sort of finisher with overpower. So it could be a card like that. The other thing that it could be would be maybe something that you want to prioritize for later. Maybe it's his own soup up and he doesn't have the items to trigger it, things like that. Guess we'll have to wait and see what it is that goes there. We know that it's not going to be something like a firewall or these other block cards because you can't play them from the arsenal.
3 damage, though, going to get across from the scrap compactor. Dissolving shield going to be played. Looks like it's cranked. That means the Symbiosis shot's going to come up for the follow. 2 damage. No counters left, but you have to imagine some more items are coming out of this Dash database deck. She is definitively, she's synced into the mainframe. She is steeped in the mainframe. She is brewing in the mainframe.
Yeah, this isn't even a database anymore. This is a data lake, a data warehouse, if you will. This is a 3rd form normalized database. Sorry, my undergraduate degree is seeping out.
It's showing.
Yeah, it's showing.
Your undergraduate degree is showing.
Yeah.
Awkward.
Nerd talk. All right. Symbiosis shot still on the stack here. Matt W with some tough decisions because the 2 damage relevant, but also can sometimes feel bad blocking when you have so many block 3s, but also you don't know what else is coming as follow-ups. Right now doesn't have any source of go again, but as we've seen time and time again, all it's going to take is 1 item off the top with a crank to extend the turn. And as I mention it, it happens.
And like magic, say Dash's name 3 times and an item appears. Yellow backup protocol going to go ahead and put another counter. We're going to crank it to retain our action point for the turn. spend that resource.
And then we're going to activate it to go get a yellow attack back. And it does look like they're going to go get that Junkyard Dog, and
I know
that
that's
should...
the overpower.
yeah, sorry, that's the compactor, I believe.
Hydraulic press.
Press. I knew it was something that squished.
Ooh, but yeah. But I think it's the Meganatic force field there. That is a block able to be thrown out in terms of satisfying the overpower, not being able
Yes.
to block with an action card from hand. But having the block there is is Matthew W. All these M names, Matthew W. able to shore that up with the block card. I mean, you can't set that up in the arsenal, but Matt W. must be happy to see that on this turn.
Yeah, I was saying earlier with Flake that we need to do something about the letter M in Flesh and Blood, because we have Michael Hamilton, Michael Fang, Matthew McGinnis, Matthew W., Mara Ferris, all these players that are fantastic at the game, Majin Bay.
And in terms of M, that is a mini force field being played from the arsenal. Now we can understand why he took all that damage on the turn, prior with the card in the arsenal and the card in hand, because that card simply just does not block. So had to try to set it up in the arsenal. That's why we had to throw out that scrap card without the Evo, because he can't just sit with the non-block in your hand. So Matt W. not able to put any pressure on this turn. Arsenal setup, 4 cards drawn. Does have some ward on the board in the form of the force field. Let's see how much pressure Michael's able to put on. I wonder if Matt W. is thinking about fatigue as a potential. He does need to find an Evo and set it up in order to have inevitability and not just draw the match. But you have to imagine there are some in the deck. Given the hero that's on the board, this looks like it's going to be another full tilt coming out.
Yeah, I was just about to say we have to be hitting the point where Matthew is finding some sort of
Outpace,
Evo in
it's
the
an
deck. We haven't seen any yet.
Outpace here, I believe, coming out because
Yes,
full tilt
and
would've been
so-
number 5.
This is, I believe, one of the ones that cannot be blocked by equipment. So perhaps Michael Hamilton's saying, all right, I haven't seen any Evos yet. You got to be drawing into them soon. And now, here's the beauty about the design of Bright Lights, right? It's not just, oh, you can't block with equipment on the field. It's any equipment card. So if Matthew is sitting on some of those Evos in hand, they cannot be used to block this particular attack, even from hand, potentially sneaking through even more damage.
Super cool that these players were able to draft with the packs that they were.
Hey, we finally found an Evo at Instant. So I believe that's the Zoom call that you can play on the head.
And allows you to banish a card from hand and draw. So the Evo Charging Rods being banished as a result of the Zoom call. So now that's a card that can be played from the banish zone thanks to Teklo Vosson's ability. Can't be using it to block this outpace because it can't be blocked with equipment.
And kind of looking at the hand here, I think the reason that we're taking so long is the blocks are a bit awkward. I do believe he has a Galvanize available, though, but with the field on the board, you also don't want to not use that.
Yeah, Matt W. wants to shore up this damage. I wonder if he's thinking about fatiguing Mr. Hamilton here. I wonder if he's thinking about how he can find enough damage. We do finally have our first critical piece of Evo on the hero there in the arena. Another one in the banish zone that can be played from Teklo Vossen. Going to give 2 cards to this rather than utilize this.
So that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Those are those cards that have Galvanize, and so your choice is you can either use them as the 2 blocks, or obviously you can use one of them and blow up the item, but then you lose the value of the item. So a bit of a pickle there for Matthew, opting instead to just block with 2 very big attacks and not get the Galvanize. Michael looks to play another item.
And Dissolving Shield.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he cranked it, which means we should be seeing Symbiosis Shot at some point, if not these other cards still in the hand.
Still got the Ward 2 there sitting on the mini force field. Do you want to just throw the Symbiosis Shot into that? The answer is no. You're going to let it tick down to 1 because it's, even if now you can still hopefully use that counter at some point in the game, and if that Ward's still sitting there, it would only be able to shore up 1 of the damage. He's past the turn, has Michael Hamilton. It's time to use Teklo Vossen, perhaps to actually play an Evo. And the answer is yes, we're going to go ahead and play
We're going
an
to
Evo.
play the one from the Banished and then also draw a card from the ability, and hopefully, if you're Matthew, it's something that's either a card you want in your arsenal or maybe even attack for 0, just so you can kind of continue pressure. But given the defensive items that are on the side of Michael, that's going to feel pretty futile. You do have the ability, now that you have 2 Evos here, to just send the weapon. That's fine. And then this is just going to go to the arsenal. Michael has an opportunity to respond to this in a number of ways.
Looks as though we're going to activate the Dissolving Shield twice to prevent 2 of that damage. Both players sitting there with damage prevention effects on the field. These items that they've equipped and thrown down into the arena, it really does feel like a battle of 2 mechanologists as they crank their items and utilize their, magical or technological shields to shore up the damage before it can get through across to the other side. The Dissolving Shield going to use the last counter at the start of Michael's turn.
Yeah, so one went away and then the other one kept around by removing the steam counter. Could be relevant if there are other cards that Michael has that care about an item dying. Obviously, we've put the emphasis on the soup ups because they are incredibly powerful. Here we have arms being used to block this symbiosis shot. So again, finally finding those Evos that were buried, it seems, at the bottom of Matthew W's deck. Blocking with this one so that you can scrap it later is likely the plan, and then playing it from Banish to get them online.
Evo Cosplay here being committed to the block, but because we've seen the top of the deck, after we cranked, we're able to go ahead and throw another Sprocket Rocket, boosting an item to get that breakpoint off.
Sprocket Rocket has boosted an item, I think, every time we've seen Michael play it. It's just absurd.
How about another?
How about another?
How about 2? Let's throw another little mini force field into the Banish Zone. We're going to go ahead and come at you for 4 again, says Mr. Hamilton. How do you want to deal with this one? It does seem like it's a core part of the deck that Michael has drafted, utilizing the cards that care about items being boosted and making sure you see the top of your deck. You can opt with the dive through datas. You can look at the top and make sure you can do it.
And to add to what I was saying earlier, I was a bit nervous because a lot of times if you have all these items, there's that concern, hey, maybe your hand will brick and you won't be able to block. But like I said, you don't need the block if you're making your opponent block with their entire hand every turn.
It looks as though Matt might do a bit more blocking here. See what he's got left in the hand. That might be another block card, but it looks like we're just going to put 2 pieces of Evo in front of this. One actually equipped and one from the hand. It's now time for a crankshaft. This is a big ol' attack coming in.
Yeah, I believe that's a red crankshaft as well, so representing a significant amount of damage. Should be 5. Yes, confirms it with the die. And we're going to see, so that's a scrap hopper there. I think that's what he was likely holding on to get back those arms that he blocked with from hand before. But when you're getting so low on health, you kind of can't afford to do that. So we gave up the legs to block, and then we blocked with hand with the hands, but then we had to also block with the scrap hopper here. So Matthew might have had the plan that was in mind a bit derailed by this incredibly aggressive turn from Michael Hamilton.
And look at that, the hydraulic press snagged by the backup protocol yellow there at the end of the turn. So these backup protocol yellows, as you said, often considered the worst. Michael Hamilton's been using them incredibly efficiently throughout these games, only working, though, however, with not that many cards left in deck, maybe 4 left after you've drawn those 4 cards. So the question is, with Matt W sitting at, I believe, 7, not 9, I believe he's down all the way to 7, can you find the damage on these last couple turns to close the game with that hydraulic press?
So the turn by Matthew here was to play a second Evo, does still get some arms. That's very relevant because, again, he needs to keep that tech low leveler available if he wants to play the fatigue game plan. Michael Hamilton now with a window to present a bunch of damage, but as you said, running out of cards and might potentially run out of gas. Gonna have to keep an eye on that deck size here.
You know Michael's gonna go in the tank on these next 2 turns, unless he just has it. Excuse me.
Well, you have to go into the tank because when your deck size is small, one, you're worried about fatigue, but also it means that the pitch stacking math is significantly easier to figure out.
That's true.
And that also means the item setups can be manipulated in some pretty creative ways. Very critical turns as well because you're nearing the end of the game. It's also round 3, the last round of the draft, so you want to continue to do well. If there was ever a time to go into the tank, it's now.
Perhaps the last game of Bright Lights Limited, at least draft, we're going to watch at this level with this caliber of player at this type of event before we move on to heavy hitters, folks. This is kind of the sunsetting of an entire limited format in certain capacities. Of course, it will be still enjoyed and played for years at the kitchen table and at certain events. However, at this style of event, at least in North America, I'm not sure there's another one on the books until Heavy Hitters releases and then a new draft set hits our gaming tables and social groups. So we're seeing the end of a culmination of seasons, of an entire season's work by these professional players here after the World Championship, after all the testing. It's come down to the Realm Rumble to see which player, at least in Draft Pod 1, is going to come out undefeated.
Yeah, we're going to move away from these techno heroes and go to the arena, where we're going to see some big swings, some wagers. Everything I've seen so far from Heavy Hitters has been right up my alley in terms of mechanics.
Yep.
Really appreciating what's coming in that set. Obviously, I'm a Guardian fan, but here we do have the yellow attack that was retrieved from that backup protocol yellow earlier, now coming, and the scrap will be activated as well. So this should have overpower.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 with overpower can only be blocked by 1 action card. Any blocking cards left from that W will be sorely looked for here. However, it looks as though just big ol' attack can be put in front of it.
Yeah, just a gas guzzler. So going to take 2 as a result, goes down to, I believe that's 5.
Mm-hmm. How is Michael going to be able to continue to put the pressure on that? No go again, no cranking to get any action points. So the hydraulic press is the end of the turn there. Just wanted to get the 2 guaranteed points of damage across. Like you said, these cards are most likely known to Mr. Hamilton, so he might be trying to set something up important. However, we're going to have a Teklovas activation. What's that going to allow for Matt W here to get enough defensive value to outlast this Dash database deck? We're going to go ahead and activate Teklovas and get the battery pack online before we draw a card. Thanks to the Teklovasan activation here, was able to be used as an instant.
Yeah, that's the interesting piece here, is that you want to leak damage and set up a one big final turn. And I think that's part of what that press was doing previously for Michael Hamilton. But because you're not continuing to overly pressure over and over, because you're taking the time to do these setups, unfortunately that means that you're giving Matthew time to set up even more evos, which not just allows him to get the leveler online, but it also means more armor available. So like you leak 2 damage, but then he reinforces with additional armor, so it ends up kind of being a bit of a net 0 overall. Looks like just 7 cards available left to Michael Hamilton, 8 if you count the arsenal. So this is it, right? This is the culmination. This is the end game. Can you push through that last 5 points of damage?
We have reached the end game, folks. If this is Avengers end game and Teklovasan is Tony Stark, what does that make Dash database? Thanos?
Yeah, and unfortunately the loser in that scenario. So will we see Michael Hamilton run out of gas? Will he get fatigued?
2 damage coming across from the leveler. Just going to keep that heavy artillery in deck, keep a big red threat in case it comes back to that position, but it does look as though perhaps Matt W has found the way that he wants to find victory, and I think found another block card in there as well, in case any overpower does come out.
Yeah, we have hit the second cycle because I see some gloves that were pitched earlier. And I believe that's a scrap hopper?
Either that or I think it might be an infused titanium, right? Yellow infused titanium, pretty sure. I think we saw a card scrapped as well. Perhaps that.
Yeah. Yellow does appear, I think, was a yellow infused, because that would have been worth 6, which would explain the 2-block cover. My apologies.
Coming down to it, folks. Couple cards left in deck for Michael Hamilton here. Is he going to be able to find 5 damage to get it across? There is 2 block represented on the Cog Splitter, but now it's all systems go for Teklovas, and he's got 2 pieces of Evo. It's a liquid-cooled Mayhem. It's going to be cost reduced by 2 thanks to the 2 Evos that are controlled. Don't need to worry about getting any go again here. We're just putting some pressure on. 4 cards left in the hand now. We're finally going to see these cards be placed in front of the Mayhem here. 2 cards from Michael Hamilton's equipment, those Teklo bases that, I've heard some different opinions on the value of those in the draft. They don't block for 3, which is what you're really looking for, but they do block some. And for Michael here, he's just trying to make sure that he stays alive long enough to mount his final attack. But is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I mean, that is ultimately the question here. Matthew has more cards in deck, obviously has the inevitability if he can hold on to the Evos, because being able to pitch to the leveler is significantly better than just the shot. I think this is going to be the last-ditch effort from Michael Hamilton, because we're starting with the Symbiosis shot that tells me that he knows there's an item on the top. Again, this is a point in the game where the entirety of the deck that is left is known to Michael Hamilton, so going to start with the shot. Looks like that's going to be blocked with the equipment, the arms.
Want to make sure you can get the block out of the equipment when you do get the block of the equipment when you can, because there are certain cards that say can only be blocked by 1 action card, and all of those Evos are actions. There are certain cards that say can't be blocked by equipment. That counts equipment on the field. That also counts equipment in your hand. So let's get the 2 block while it's still available to us. Make sure we still have an Evo for our Teklo leveler to actually represent a way to close this game out.
It's also important to note that Matthew is very, very smart, and he knows that I only need 1 Evo to win the fatigue game. I just have to be able to activate the leveler. All of the other bells and whistles kind of don't matter, and that Zoom call is going to stick around. So if I can get the value here from these gloves, and that's exactly what happened, then that is fine. I'm just extending my health. Now, if you have a really good, I was going to say, if you have a really good offensive turn here, you could potentially put the pressure on Michael Hamilton's health and then eat more cards from his hand. But again, wanting to preserve his own deck, preserve the fatigue game plan, just opts, hey, I'll pitch a blue, send the leveler, make either Michael respond or eat some of that health, and then put the onus back on him. And so card economy is the story at the moment, and we're going to see a gas guzzler come down from Michael Hamilton.
And Matt W. here, not even arsenaling. We saw that he had at least that mini force field in the deck, so maybe there are other items that for some reason he knows that the cards in his hand block, and he doesn't want to draw too many cards and find one that doesn't block, because he can't block with cards from Arsenal. So Matt W. here just electing to keep all the cards in his hand because clearly they do block, and he wants to, have as many chances as he can to block on these turns, given that he has found the avenue to potential victory here to just make poor Michael Hamilton run out of cards. I say poor. He's run over the people in his way in these last 2 rounds, but perhaps Matt W. is going to figure out a way to get over the finish line, making this dash run through all the threats left in the deck. This looks like another probably infused titanium here. This is just the blue, though, like you said, so probably just for 5, which does represent enough to take Matt W. out, depending on what is left here in the hand.
Yeah, I would not be shocked if this just gets double blocked, because Matthew knows Michael is slowly running out of cards, but there is always that second guess, because maybe Michael is doing this on purpose. I don't know, but yes, we do have the blocks, and then we're gonna have the item come in from the top, which represents the Symbiosis shot after the crank. So does leak 2 damage. That should bring Matthew down to 3. But yeah, I was just about to say the entirety of the deck and the hand here are going to be known to both players. But really important, one of those cards was the press, which we know has overpower. So I think that might have been part of Michael Hamilton's game plan, which is if I can leak enough damage, maybe I can get there with overpower, because I've already seen so many of those block cards come out from Matthew W.
This is going to become right down to the wire, folks.
And I believe this is one of the ones that also can't be blocked by equipment, so that might have also been part of the game plan here, but just attack answered with the block.
Wow, it's really just coming down to these final moments. One card block being given by Matt W. Michael Hamilton trying to find maybe the overpower line to victory. Matt W. going to go ahead with a junkyard dog of his own. And then the leveler, and that's going to do it. He knows there's a no block in hand. So Matt W. told me before the game, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to jinx it. He came up to me and said, I really hope I'm not on stream. I'm 0-6 on stream in my lifetime. I've never won a game on stream. And how's this for your first game to win? Taking down Michael Hamilton to become the 3-0 of the pod and move on to X&1 here at the Realm Rumble. If you're going to win your first game on stream, this is a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, there's no better way to get the monkey off your back than to beat a former world champion in the final round of likely the final big competitive bright lights draft format. That's a way to showcase a capstone win, if you will. So congratulations to Masty W. Again, tournament's not over. This is just the draft portion. We still have 4 rounds of Classic constructed before we do the cut to top 8, but with a 3-0 in the draft and with a good record prior to that, Matthew W. is going to be in a great position to try to secure one of those top 8 spots.
Matthew W. with a capstone win for pretty well. It's got to feel like a capstone year. What a year for the competitor here from America after the top 4 at Worlds, just showing out so hard between 1.5 days of play here at the Rumble. So we've got CC coming up. Like I said, it feels like we're returning home after a long day at the Bright Lights office. So I am excited to see how these players who are now very much looking ahead at 4 rounds from now, and which 8 are going to be atop the mountain and competing for the lion's share of the $20,000 prize, the PTI, the gold foil, this incredible champions mat, and the bracelet with actual gems, and of course, the glory.
And of course, the glory. Now, it's my understanding that we are going to be going to a bit of a break before the Classic Constructed, but all this talk about capstones has made me realize we should also have a bit of a capstone of our own, right?
And what's
to
that?
Commemorate. We should maybe come back with a giveaway.
I think we should.
I think we should do that.
That's a great idea.
The people deserve it.
So unless the only way we don't do the giveaway right now is if there's literally no time, because I think this round is over. So if the CC round literally fires right now, we'll have to just make sure we get you the game, and then we'll do the giveaway after the game. But if the CC round doesn't fire, we'll do the giveaway before the game.
Yeah.
How's that sound?
The point is, it's coming.
Point
so
is, it's
don't
coming.
go anywhere.
We're going to see you very soon. Welcome, everybody, to a little bit of a deck conversation. We are here with Ethan Mansant Van Sant, one of my very good friends, and perhaps a brute aficionado. Is that fair to say? Can we call you a brute aficionado, Ethan?
I had a while where I played Fi quite a bit, but I do think Levi and Reinar are still my top 2 played. Yes.
I remember that. I remember that era. It was Nats. It was the Nats that
was.
that Michael won. I watched your whole journey on stream. I was just a fan.
If only
back
I'd
then.
stuck with it, I would have won Worlds, dude. What the heck?
I was just but a fan back then, but now here we are talking the Realm Rumble and talking specifically the Green Brute, the big green angry man. This is Reinar, Reckless Rampage. So talk to me a little bit about this deck. This is the battle-hardened Pittsburgh deck here that Michael Fang brought to the 5th place finish. Now that was, I believe, still a Lexi meta, if I'm not mistaken. That was a Lexi and Icelander meta. No, Pittsburgh was no Lexi.
Lexi was gone.
That was
big
the
deal
first.
about
That was the
Pittsburgh.
first Lexi.
Exactly. Didn't you
Lexiness.
read my title? The first
Yes.
event with the new meta in preparation for Worlds, yada yada. It was a big deal, and then Reinar didn't do anything at Worlds really. So, did it really tell us that much? Who knows?
No, well, there was a chance, but some things went down.
That's
So,
drama. Do we want drama on stream?
you know what we want?
Well, I'm here, so we want drama on
No,
stream.
we don't want drama. We
no.
want brutes. We want reckless swings. We want blood rush bellows. So just talk to me a little bit about. First, I'm gonna ask everybody this question. Talk to me about Reinar in a world without Icelander. Lexi's been gone for a little bit, but I don't think anybody really expected Icelander to be gone for the Rumble.
No.
So looking ahead at this current tournament that is going on right now, how do you feel about Reinar in a world where there are no frostbites to be seen?
I actually really like what Reinar's looking like now without having to worry about Icelander. Icelander was a bit of an oddball matchup for Reinar because I think the Reinar players felt like, oh, it's a wizard. We have Intimidate. It's a good matchup. But if you really, put the reps in, played against good Icelander players as well, you don't actually outvalue a Icelander deck, and they don't care too much about Intimidate when they can just turn their turn into a Scar Wounded Bull. Like, just, okay, I'll use this hand, launch it at you. My turn was going to be pitch 1 blue into Arsenal Waning Moon, and then play out 3 cards, Arsenal next card anyway. They could actually use their full hand. So Intimidate didn't land as much as I think most people thought in that matchup. And then the Reinar also gets incredibly stumped by Blizzard, Channel the Bleak Expanse, my god, if they were in that, and then Channel Lake Frigid, as well as an odd Frostbite here and there, really making Reinar suffer on a normal Blood Rush turn anyway, because they're, even when Reinar's not facing taxes, there's normally such a finite amount of resources you have to work with to pull off Claw, Tunic, attack. So Icelander messing with all of that was really tricky. You could still win. I don't think it was that good for Reinar unless they really teched for like an aggressive build.
Gotcha. So Reinar perhaps happy to see the Ice Wizard go, as
Yes.
we're so many people, as we saw so many tributes pouring in online to the Icy Wizard, but she's gone, and he's here. So talk to me a little bit about this deck, about the game plan. Let's start a little big, and then we can get into individual cards as you desire. But just, this hero has been around since the very beginning of the game, and yet, as you alluded to, perhaps this might be the time that he steps forward into the sunlight to just do a little bit of swing big and arg smashing. So talk to me a little bit about Reinar and what the game plan is and the deck.
Well, on the eve of heavy hitters, how appropriate that the OG is coming back to the fray. He has this entire game plan built around normally hitting these incredibly high ceiling damage turns with Blood Rush and kind of the true damage that is attached to that turn because of the built-in Intimidate. Right, so even in a shell, I think mostly this deck really is not built around Intimidate, but it's about making the Blood Rush itself deal this extra bit of true damage because the discard attached to that card, enabling then your claws to come in 5/5, then a final finisher. If it's a pack hunt, last card gone. If it's a swing big, my god, you're just going over damage thresholds. And then the ability to just kind of fall back on the power of that singular card alone means everything else you do just adds to survivability, a little bit of disruption in like CNCs, or even this deck's like running Amnesia, Erase Face. Having those in between turns, spiking with such game-ending power in Blood Rush is just a very consistent game plan, and it's really the kind of deck that I was playing back at Pro Tour Meta when I got 35th, just because old him was so open to this strategy where you could just say, I'm trading similar to you, and then I have spike turns with Blood Rush that you just can't do anything about, and then I'm going to Remembrance them back in and just do it again. And it's so much true damage that you just win. I think this deck in particular is not running Remembrance because we really, see old him go away. Now you only have to worry about enough damage to kill like maybe a defensive Dromai or defensive Bravo, and the Blood Rushes alone should do that for the deck. So with a little bit added spice here and there with the disruption I was talking about, with like a little bit of Chandler Toe pummel action that we see in this deck, a little bit of new spice in the Dig Up Dinner, as well as the fact that you can target mech easier now with like Arg Smash. I think Reinhardt's just looking really, really strong, right? He needs no game plan in between Blood Rush ending the game. So there's just so much flexibility in blocking out, finding pressure turns, a little bit of disruption here or there. Very flexible deck. Absolute blast to play as well. I think this kind of Reinhardt, with some of the pitch stacking you can get up to, especially with like E-Strike helping you bottom reds, is really, really fun to play.
Well, talk to me then a little bit about, you said, not much game plan in and around the Blood Rush Bella's turn. This feels like a true mid-range deck in that it has the spike turns where it can go off, but it's also able to block well, and as long as you don't, it doesn't seem like this deck in particular has a lot of no blocks. In fact, I'm not sure I'm seeing really any in the main list here, and so you got the Fate Foreseems and the Sink below. So talk to me a little bit about the game plan around the Blood Rush Bella, because we know that card is so powerful, but, let's get into just a little bit of the nitty-gritty of that kind of pitch stacking. When you're looking to close out a game, or you're looking to set yourself up if you're new to the Reinhardt deck, what are some game plans that you can look to actuate as you begin to pick up the deck?
Right, so when you see some of the defensive suite added in,
Welcome back to Columbus, everybody. We are getting ready for Classic Constructed here at the Realm Rumble. It is day 2. It is time for these players to just throw down and see who can make it into the top 8, and we have got an incredible matchup for you here today.
Oh yes, Canada's secret weapon is not so secret anymore. It is Aaron Shantz, who is a top 8 competitor, top 4 competitor at Worlds in Barcelona on Dromai, and everybody talks about Mara Faris, rightfully so, as being the Empress of Volcor, sure. But in terms of innovating the hero, Mara Faris has done incredible amounts of work, but what you might not know is deep in the lab, secretly, Aaron Shantz has put in just as much work on this hero. Aaron Shantz is as much of a maestro of playing Dromai as Mara Faris is, but on the other side, it is of the Council of Wizards himself, Peter Budensic, one of the most dangerous Kano players out there. This is going to be a nasty, nasty matchup.
Look at this. This is going to be a lesson in lava to start this game off the back of the Crucible of Aetherweave. The only arcane barrier to Aaron Shantz's name is not even any of it. It's a silken form. He can basically pitch into it to prevent damage using the Quell mechanic. So he's going to be able to prevent more damage from this Lesson in Lava. If he pitches another red, he's going to make a bunch of ash, and he's going to be happy to see that. But Peter here on turn 0 is going to be able to chain a bunch of arcane damage together depending on what the last card in his hand is. Yeah,
buckle up, friends. This is going to be not easy to keep track of because there's going to be a lot of stack manipulation, a lot of instant speed in response. Hey, hold on a second. Peter Budensic is pretty much speaking in tongues when it comes to playing Kano here. And what you need to worry about if you're Aaron Shantz here is, yeah, you're not running AB because you know what your AB is. It's your Ashwings. Your Ashwings are your AB. But if you're opening up the game and you do not have those Ashwings to sort of insulate you from this arcane onslaught, then you are going to be eating it early and often, as Peter has identified and is really going at it right now.
A Blazing Aether on top. We're just going to throw as much damage as we can. We don't need an Aether Wildfire here. We're just going to throw 5 because 5 has been taken from 2 Lessons in Lavas. I'm pretty sure the only recourse here is that Quell. So yeah, you're happy if you've made 3 Ash if you're the Dromai player here. But the Blazing Aether dealing 4 points of damage. We've got 9 points of damage across turn 0. You have to imagine only 1 Aether Ashwing being able to be created from the Silken Form, the instant speed effect, that will be somewhat relevant. But again, these Dromai decks, they run a lot of reds.
They do run a lot of reds, not necessarily because this is the matchup where you run reds. It's just by design of the actual deck. If we're looking at Aaron Shantz's list, how many blues do you see? How about a fat 6? That's all you got going on. You got 5 yellows as well. So 11 total non-red cards in this list. Aaron Shantz, you could have 1,000 Ashwings, but if you're running red heavy, you're going to have a tough time absorbing this Aether onslaught.
There's one of the blues here. Time for the Thamai. We're going to put it on the stack immediately. When I asked Peter yesterday about this matchup, he said, listen, honestly, it's about who gets the nuts cards first. Peter kind of had a little bit of a nut start, but this Thamai basically representing you don't get to do anything on my turn, buddy, unless you deal with my dragon. And a huge moment here to start this game. Going to go ahead and Kano in response, throw out the Potion of Deja Vu from the top of the deck. But now, the Thamai, the dragon, she's here.
She is definitely here, and she is standing tall. You see her kind of overlooking the city as this protector over top and saying, hey, we do things by the book here. This is Flesh and Blood the way Grandma used to play, on your turn only. And what's fascinating about these matchups is that the Dromais typically would not even run Thamais for a long time in their list. They were just managed to actually just outpace Iyslander without the protection of Thamai. Now, 3 of them in the list for these Dromai players, knowing that Kano is a significant threat. Peter now has to not just navigate the life total, but also do so by the rules invoked by Thamai.
Wow, and a couple of the blues that are in the list, a Passing Mirage and a Dust Up being committed here. We're going to draw a card off the gold token, still an Ash, but those are 2 of our 6 blues. Yeah, you know, you have to imagine the Thamai is going to do some level of protection, especially because Aether Wildfire, I think, only does the sacking effect if it's on someone else's turn. So you have to get rid of the Thamai if you want to work your magic with that combo.
Well, I mean, a lot of what Kano wants to do is on your opponent's turn. It's in response to certain things. It's presenting, you know, you want to basically be able to Kano when your opponent sort of dumps cards out of their hand, limit the amount of absorption that they can have access to, limit the resources that they have access to. And at this point, a Necria, an Ashwing, and a Thamai. That is a trio that doesn't seem too imposing to most other boards, but for now, for Kano, this is a rough start for Peter Budensic.
Fascinating as well, Aaron Shantz going to go ahead and commit the Rake the Embers to the pitch there, because recognizing that Thamai might be protection enough, those Rake the Embers there could have allowed a little more arcane barrier to exist for the Dromai player. However, again, with not a lot of blues and 2 of them committed on the turn, just going to elect to throw the big fat dragon on the board. Necria here, she is ready to throw down with damage, because at this point, you've got to make sure that the Kano player does hit 0 before they assemble some kind of Infinity Stone combo and just blow you out of the game.
I mean, you're right. Infinity Stones seems even easier to accumulate than it is to sort of pop off, at least to me. I mean, to somebody like to Peter Budensic, and Peter Budensic practices with some of the best Kano players in the world, one of which is Majin Bay. I had dinner with them yesterday, and I said, is it weird to call you guys the Council of Wizards? He's like, no, we kind of call ourselves the Council of Wizards anyways. I was like, hey, no worries, but I think, is that an Aether Spindle that is representing 5 damage there?
Yeah, that's going to go ahead and also represent an opt of 5 now that it has hit for all 5 of that damage. Aaron Shantz heading all the way down to 26, so we know that the Kanos can just go absolutely crazy, almost infinite with these combos. However, a large part of that is off the back of Aether Wildfire, and until Thamai is dealt with, Aether Wildfire's damage scaling ability is going to be completely offline.
I gotta say, I mean, this format, the amount of viable heroes that are out there, Kano always lurking about. Kano is a hero of opportunity. It's not always going to be the problem, but it might be the solution to certain formats and metas. And in this case, just seeing how players like Peter were sort of frothing at the mouth, saying, "I think it's time. This might be the week where Kano comes out to play." And here he is, making it happen. These are Iyslander players through and through, but Kano is their true love, and they're able to sort of take it to the party, and so fun to see.
It's going to come down. I don't think this is going to be too long and grindy of a game. This is going to be where someone either is blown up by Kano or a dragon army is going to descend upon the wizard. 2 Volcanian, I don't know what the demonym of that is, but two heroes from Volcor facing off, one the Drakai of Aether, one the Empress of the whole damn thing. Aether Spindle now all 5 of that damage. We probably are still resolving the opt, I have to imagine.
Well, he's looking at things also. Keep in mind that it's going to be a little bit easier to determine whose turn it is, mainly because of Thamai, making sure that everybody stays on their side of the yard. I just want to take a little note here to Peter Budensic's list. He is running a solo Nourishing Emptiness, and in this case, it's probably going to be better suited as a defensive tactic than it is going to be for an offensive tactic. As cool as it is to hit and get a +1 intellect, sometimes you just want to end your opponent's turn by popping something and then being able to go crazy here. This is a Tome of Imperial, an amazing card. One of the best cards to come out of Bright Lights.
Absolutely, and when you only, that Aether Spindle, sometimes when I watch players just face tank an Aether Spindle, I think to myself, what's wrong with you? You can't let them through the top of your deck like that. But again, Aaron Chance knows his key to victory. He's found the Thamai. He had to pitch 3 cards into the Quell mechanic at the very beginning of this game, but that maybe got him 3 cards closer to that Thamai on the turn 0 that now allows him to really know that he is not under any pressure on this turn whatsoever. He can just enact his game plan in any way he wishes, and now he's utilizing the Tome of Imperial Flame to resolve an Uvia that's going to give him more Arcane Barrier for the rest of the game, as long as he has the Ash to provide to the big pink mommy dragon 2 more cards in the hand to continue the turn. Before we do anything, if we wish, we can just swing out with a board of dragons.
Well, Dami Mommy's here, and she's going to make it nasty here because, again, spitting out dragons is a pretty nasty reality here. I want to also mention that some of Aaron Chance's tools to sort of perhaps curtail that big explosion, those fireworks that Peter's building up for, are cards like Sand Cover. Those can just come out of nowhere and really mess up a big play. The other one here is Tome of Fyendal, because there's no Sigil of Solace in this list, and life gain can kind of sort of throw a wrench in the well-calculated plans of a Kano player. But the other way to gain life here is going to be Tome of Fyendal. If Aaron can find an opportunity here to play it and gain some life, it gets you a little bit, it messes with the math that the Kano player wants to do. But at the moment here, there are bigger problems to deal with, like that Thamai. Thamai, if you noticed, Sam, he tucked it away in his equipment. It's like, this is never going anywhere, okay?
Yeah.
It's like, have a seat, ride the pine, you're here to watch Thamai.
2 cards left in hand. I believe one of them might have been a Command and Conquer that was flashed around, so probably considering if we want to commit any pitch to the Flamescale Furnace, leave ourselves with no arsenal, and pressure whatever arsenal Peter has managed to set up underneath Kano there. Potion of Deja Vu also provides a fair amount of optionality and functionality in that you can set up your top of your deck for your Kano activations by activating the potion in response to a Kano activation, and just put anything that's in the pitch on top of the deck. So if you have a couple reds that are what you want to hit off your Kano, you can make sure you over pitch into the Kano activation, utilize the Potion of Deja Vu. But we are just going to come in with the Themai from the equipment zone saying, I don't think you have any poppers. I haven't seen your list yet, but time to commit to the Flamescale Furnace. Let's pressure that arsenal, 6 more damage. Not only is that pressuring the life total, that's half of Peter's life.
That is definitely half of Peter's life. It's a nasty reality here. Again, finding that Thamai early, incredible. And on the downside, you mentioned pitching away essentially 33%, a third of his blue cards on turn 2. But he found the Thamai. That is another insulating factor to give Aaron Chance an opportunity here. Set up the Dragon Horde here. It's big. What Peter Budensic needs to draw is he absolutely needs to draw that Nourishing Emptiness to pop one of these dragons, but just get back into it. Like I said, he's been in this situation before. He's just going to take some damage, get rid of that. Is that an Aether?
It's a Blazing Aether.
Blazing Aether,
it's
yeah.
It's the end to the combo, but that combo with your Aether Wildfire is only really powerful when you're able to utilize the damage scaling effect. Now we're just having to use Kano on the turn. It looks like we're going to see exactly what we can do. We're going to throw 2 tomes onto the top of the deck with the Potion of Deja Vu. So before either of those Kano activations resolve, we're going to activate the Potion of Deja Vu to put one or both of those tomes just right back on top of the deck. Time to draw as many cards as we can.
Dude.
Maybe find the Nourishing Emptiness, because we got to kill this Thamai if we're going to do anything in this game.
This is unreal. Again, talk about creative accounting. This is why Amazon doesn't pay taxes, is because people like Peter Budensic are the ones writing the books. When you can be creative like this, you can get away with murder. And look at what he's doing. Again, Aaron Chance is like, yeah, I've been playing this game. I'm a world-class player. I still have no idea what the hell's going on. I'm just going to trust you on this. As you can see, he's just like, Peter's leaning in and being like, I'm watching this. This is a movie to me. This is kind of like an action film. So he just wants to see how this tale ends, but it's not going to be pretty as the stack continues to just Jengafy.
Okay, Sonic Boom's a really pretty big hit here. We've got 3 Kanos, 3 instance basically in Kano's Banished Zone that he's able to play as an instant off the back of the Tome of the Aetherwind and the Tome of Fyendal, both off the back of that Potion of Deja Vu. Now, no Kano activations on the stack, 2 floating, which is pretty important. That Aether Dart does cost 0. You can now use your Metacarpus node to power up the Aether Dart, send 4 into the Thamai, because I'm pretty sure Aether Dart is any target. Do you want to use their Sonic Boom first to try to see what's off the top of the deck? This is a really big moment here for Peter. And he's just going to go ahead and use the Sonic Boom off the Crucible of Aetherweed. Let's pump it up to 4 damage instead of 3. And now we're also utilizing the Metacarpus nodes, maybe just trying to figure out this might be the time to just go.
It's possible. It's absolutely possible. If the math checks out, again, if anyone's going to know, it's going to be Peter here as he's ramping it up with the Metacarpus nodes, the Crucible of Aetherweave onto that Sonic Boom. It's coming up to 5. I think he's just blown past and said, hey, you're at, what is he at, 20?
26.
20, yeah, mid-20s or so. I can't quite make it out at this pace, but I mean, we've seen crazier things. I saw a screenshot of Peter blowing up Pheno Black doing 73 damage on one turn. That is, go to Peter Budensik's, go to at Mask of Momentum on Twitter and look at the picture of Peter doing 73 damage to a very dejected Pheno Black.
So it was also on Dromai.
Who is also on Dromai, so it's absolutely possible. So Peter can do it. Aaron does have the tools to get. He's got 4 cards in hand and AB2 up at his disposal. So if he's holding on to a sand cover, this could really stop it and really put an end to it, Sam. But at the same time, it's not like Peter has time to sort of find a better opportunity.
Sonic Boom here on the stack. How much does Aaron Chance want to or is able to respect this card? Something like a sand cover could go a long way on top of the arcane barrier given to you by the Aether Ashwing. Such a, I don't want to say random effect, but I always forget that the Aether Ashwings also give you your arcane barrier. Going to give 2 to the AB2. Let the Sonic Boom come in for 3. 2 more Ash. Well, we're not worried about Ash. Another Invoke Ubi and an Invoke Necria headed to the bottom of the deck. Let's see what happens off the Sonic Boom. It's going to be an Emeritus Scolding here. That's going to come in for 2 because unfortunately it is in fact Peter's turn and not Aaron's.
Yeah, Peter, you can go ahead and high-five that Thamai one more time because it saved you 2 life, dude. That's incredible. Again, Emeritus Scolding, we've seen that card so much in Icelander as part of the finishing combo. In this case, yeah, Kano kind of wishes that it was another thing, but hey, is that the Blazing Aether?
That's going to be Blazing Aether, unfortunately, only for 5. So Peter doing Jenga, trying to find a way to cobble together this turn. Do still have the Aether Dart and might throw that at the Thamai here. So basically, Aaron Chance is going all the way down to 21 and is spending cards on Peter's turn. Listen, Kano, when you play the deck, from what I understand, you do still want to be Kanoing on your turn to take cards out of your opponent's hand so that you can just blow them up with Kano. Now, if that Aether Dart is pumped up by the Metacarpus nodes and goes straight at the Thamai, all of a sudden Aaron Chance is going to have 2 cards in hand, and Peter is going to be all systems go.
But we don't know what those 2 cards are. What if one of those cards is another Thamai? That can be absolutely backbreaking, right?
He could try to, Kano in response to him even playing the
That's
Thamai.
correct. You're absolutely right. And that is a reality that we have to think about it. Where is he going? Yeah,
and there it is. Yeah, the Aether Dart's going straight at the Thamai, so this is the moment for Peter.
Peter has found an avenue here. He's taken his licks, but again, if Kano's ever going to win, usually they're in single-digit territory. They spend a lot of time curating their own deck in order to really pull the cord and really see something fantastic happen. In this case, the Kano piloted beautifully by Peter Budensik, and we're just going to go ahead and tome here.
This is the moment you basically ask Mr. Budensik the question, do you want to let me draw 2 cards and pitch to my potential that I can use for Arcane Barrier? I'm going to lay it all down for you, buddy. What are you going to let me do? Peter now has to kind of decide, do I want to let him draw any cards or see what I got? Because if I don't find it, all those dragons are just going to run me over.
Well, Sam, I think Peter spent the entire game asking Thamai for permission, and in this case, the tables have turned as basically Aaron Chance is sitting there, may I play this book? May I have this book, sir? And Peter's like in the Wizard Council room saying, you shall not pass, and we're going to see how this one resolves, because frankly, Peter here, as you can see him, he might have caught a hand that he doesn't like. He doesn't necessarily know what's on top, but he might say, hey, resolve it, because you have to pitch 2 cards anyways. Maybe we'll see what happens here. It might not be time. In his hand, he's got an Aether Wildfire in hand, so Peter's got a piece. It might be a situation where he's thinking, maybe I just weather the storm here, pocket that card, and we go from there. We're going to wait and see how this goes. He might just be saying, I want none of your cards in hand when this with all settles.
Well, the question for Aaron is, do you just pitch the 2 cards? You've already played a red card. Dromai is satisfied. Just swing with all the dragons and see what Peter does.
Well, it's an easy thing to say because, yeah, that is your line of victory. Swing with all the dragons. Call in the hellfire and brimstone
Call in the army.
Basically, and they've got wings. I mean, but the fire comes from up and from high and low, and you can just burn it through. But right now, I think Peter, without that Thamai on the board, is thinking one thing. The crosshair is squarely on Thamai's head, and that's where he's aiming. So I'm actually a little bit surprised that he's just letting this pass, because you're right. That would have been an opportunity. You play the card. You've got one card left. You're not floating any resources. Let's see what you can do. So the 2 cards have been pitched. There's 3 floating. You like that. And then we go from there, because Kano really just wants to see a card hit the board, and then at instant speed, I like that, we go from there.
Let's go. Do 1 filter through the flame scale furnace to make it up to that critical 3 floating. I do believe plenty online, and we're just going to go ahead and play out the Billowing Mirage. Let's make another Aether Ashwing. We are now completely face up if we are Aaron Chance. Everything can be seen. There's 3 damage. There's enough damage on board to pressure Peter's life total. He's going to either have to try to blow Aaron Chance up at this moment or commit cards to blocks.
Well, you see him doing the math there. He's like, okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I'm dead. That's what he's kind of thinking out here. He's like, is this the moment I have to go crazy?
But is
And
he able to block with just a single card and keep that Aether Wildfire in arsenal? That's the or block with enough cards, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I think that's what he's doing. He's like, okay, I got some cards I want to play, and maybe I can commit some. I think what he's saying is if I block this 3 and let the rest go, he's still dead. And that's the troublesome factor here. So I think you're right. I think what he's calculating here is how much can he withstand to set up that Aether Wildfire in the arsenal and then survive another turn and then pop off when it matters. So he's doing a little bit of mental math here. Again, I'm not here claiming that I know exactly what goes through a wizard's head, but at the same time, you can't let this go. And Peter caught one of those key pieces, and he wants to make sure that he does not lose another opportunity, because I don't think there will be another opportunity.
Peter is at 6, right? You commit 1 card to block here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 Ashwings and 1 point of damage on the Uvia. You can basically go to 1, spend 2 cards blocking the Necria, and then set yourself up with the Aether Wildfire in arsenal.
Yeah, look, he said he literally gave him he did the whole Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, kind of just like bring it kind of move, and then signed for it. And at the end of the day, here's a Necria. That's a bigger package that you got to deal with. So
2 cards go in front of the Necria.
okay, well,
Aether Wildfire to the arsenal.
yeah. So that's how she's drawn it up here. So the Aether Wildfire is going to go to the arsenal, and Peter really, really hoping that he can find some magic here. I think what he wants to do here is find a situation where Peter's going to dump some cards to play a card, and in response, that's where it goes. Oh no!
There's a sand cover. There's a sand cover.
And there's a Thamai. So he found the absolute nuts. But he is going to present the card, and it's going to live on the stack, and that's when Kano's going to say, it's go time. So if you're Aaron here, I think you want to present the Thamai, but do you have enough to actually pay for it? I think there's a yellow in hand. So yeah, he's found that. He's going to present the Thamai, and this is where it's go time. Peter's like, now's the time. But the scary part is exactly what you said, a sand cover. That can absolutely just ruin the day.
Okay.
Like the Balrog just yoinking Gandalf back into the abyss.
Now, the question is here. We're going to go ahead and pitch into the Crucible of Aetherweave. Let's go ahead, use our Eye of Ophidia. So now before the Crucible even resolves, we get to look at the top of our deck. This is huge for Peter because this is the moment. This is the do or die. Sandcover just provides ward. It does not just say block target for Arcane. So if Peter is able to, gaze the ages, somehow find enough cards, he doesn't have any energy potions, so it's going to be challenging to find all the resources. But if he is able to, perhaps you could throw different Arcane to blow up
Yes.
the ward before the Aether Wildfire resolves, and then all of a sudden you're back to all systems go. So Peter is going to have recourse here. The question is he going to be able to find it?
Okay, so 2 things. Number 1, our blood pressure is through the roof. That is just a fait accompli at this point. The second is that this is the critical juncture. If you've ever played in these high-stakes Kano matches, these are the turns that are do or die. This is the last turn of the game, bar none. There's no coming back from this because Peter's either dumping all of his defenses or he wins. He's opening the door and saying, let's go at it. So he's meeting him halfway at the battle here, and it's opening up with the Eye of Ophidia, which is a great way to start. Opting some, setting that up where you want, and continuing onward. We're Kanoing again. Let's go.
There it is, dude, to gaze the ages off top. That's the kind of way you can sculpt your turn even more. Now, the question is if he resolves the gaze the ages before he's seen that the sand cover is part of the equation here? Will he perhaps be looking for the wrong answers? You need to, that sand cover is going to complicate the equation. Maybe if you're Peter, you're just assuming for it because it's the way everything can go wrong. Because Aaron Chance has fallen all the way down to 16, but it's time for the Stormies to join the party. 2 Scalding Range, head to the pitch. Here we go. Aether Wildfire, no Metacarpus to pump it up. This is 4-5. There is enough Arcane Barrier to deal with this on top of the sand cover. If you just pitch one and use the sand cover, we're going to respond to the Aether Wildfire with the Ragamuffin's Hat. Peter knows exactly what card that is because he left it there from the Eye of Ophidia. I don't know if we're even done, folks. Before we even let the Aether Wildfire resolve, are we going to use the Gaze the Ages? Let's see. We're going to pitch. Once again, we're going to activate a second Kano. I think we know what that card is, too, if we left it on top.
Oh, boy.
And it's a Sonic Boom with 2 floating. Let's go ahead and resolve. The Gaze the Ages, we're going to opt to, and then when Gaze the Ages resolves, it goes back into the hand. That's another blue that can power up the turn from here. There's a Sonic Boom as well. I don't know if the sand cover is going to be enough to do it.
Dude, I'm telling you, if we spoke any quicker, we would be summoning some sort of weird kind of demon magic. But yeah, this is what Kano does. You are never safe, especially up against someone of the caliber of Peter Budensic, but Aaron Chance is no slouch. He is one of Canada's best players. He was a top 4 at Worlds Barcelona. He knows what's up. Dromai is his jam. He's just got to make sure that he can match it with some peanut butter to get fed on this one because, frankly, Peter Budensic is coming in hot and heavy. And like you said, there's ways around it. And I have spoken to Peter about these matchups, and he says, he's like, when he's discussing how he wins and loses in certain matchups, he plays around things like Oasis Respite. He plays around things like Sand Cover. He factors those in. Those are part of the kill shot equation. He doesn't have Aaron Chance at 16. He has Aaron Chance in his mind at 20, 22, something like that. So he's looking not to do exactsies here. He wants to go and provide change.
Gaze the Ages, such a powerful card. More opting happening on the turn. More sculpting. Is Peter going to go ahead and check out the top of the deck, which is huge when the top of the deck might be the difference between victory and defeat, especially with the Sonic Boom just chilling there in the Banished Zone. Sonic Boom, the type of card that just, you want to set up the perfect Sonic Boom target. If you want to close this game with the most damage possible, you just know, again, Peter just deep in the tank on this. just swimming in the tank.
Dude, if you guys can, I wish there was like a sideways cam where you can see just Sam and I, because we are not just geeking out over this game, but we are also just, it's like we're watching like Infinity War Endgame for the first time. We're so locked into this. There's the sand cover, looking to meet the Blazing Aether, which is the Aether Wildfire, which is the target you want to go. The amount of residual effect that has to quell that effect is like massive. If there's one thing you want to nerf, it's that particular arcane coming in. So here's the sand cover.
But the question is, you can let the sand cover resolve, respond to the sand cover. Now let's throw out an Aether Flare. The Aether Flare here is going to go ahead and send now straight at Dromai, which is going to be 4 arcane damage to probably an opposing hero, which is going to eat up the ward. The ward's going to resolve on that 3 damage now, unless you have another sand cover. If Peter has elected, like, okay, sand cover resolves, your Ash has ward 4. Now, before my Aether Wildfire resolves, I'm going to come at you with my Kano activation. The ward is going to eat the
there you
Aether
go.
Flare, which means that this Aether Wildfire is going to come across and be connected for 4 damage. 1 point of Arcane Barrier is all that Aaron Chance is able to do here.
So, yeah, again, when we talk about him, it's like, hey, you are putting all of this on the stat. You're figuring this out. Look at the amount of damage that's happening over here. That's 7 coming through. Again, he's figuring this out. The Emeritus Scolding on top as well. On the opponent's turn, too. 8. Bingo! Bingo! Enough. Unreal. Absolutely unfreaking real. Aaron Chance did his damnedest. He had all the tools and the pieces, but it is an impossible endeavor when you play against somebody of that ilk, of Peter Budensic's just sheer skill set with Kano, up against what some say, it's like, that's a tough matchup. Well, Peter's been there, Peter's done that, and to Aaron's credit, he did everything correctly. He had everything he needed to make it happen. It's just at a certain point, you get this close, but it might as well be that far.
I mean, Peter really, he found the Aether Wildfire on the critical turn after Thamai had been taken care of and was able to stay alive at exactly 1 to pocket it in the arsenal. And as we talked about right before that turn even began, we said, listen, there is going to be a way around the sand cover. The question is Peter going to be able to find the correct sequence of cards? Gaze the Ages was critical. I Have a Video was critical in setting up the top of the deck, getting rid of the questions of can I do it to how do I do it. Peter just showing why he is X and 2 in the tournament and might take Kano to the top 8.
It's incredible. I mean, the way that someone like that pilots Kano. You ever seen the movie Minority Report?
I have not
Okay,
seen it, but
well,
I've heard of the movie.
Well, there's
Minority
there's that
Report.
whole scene where Tom Cruise is kind of like in that lab where he's finding out all the crimes, and he's just got his gloves on and he's doing this, and he's like solving 800 different things. It's like Tony Stark when he's building like the Arc Light reactor, and he's like got like give me this and give me that, and he's got things moving in. That's kind of what it feels like to be Kano. You've got so many moving parts and pieces that have to coalesce in such a fantastic way that it's like orchestrating a symphony that at the end of the day it's like kaboom. It just hits different. It's not about just hearing the trumpets or just hearing the percussion or just hearing the winds, but when they all come together, it's this majestic thing that you saw right there, because it looked bleak. Everything looked like it was not going Peter's way with the opening Thamai, with the sand covers ready to go. But like I said, he's been there, he's done that, and he did it again.
And he did it again. I mean, and Aaron was able to just took all that arcane damage to the face, set up a bunch of Ash with the Quell, but you had to wonder, is he going to be able to even find the Aether Ashwings? 2 blues on the same hand, and I don't think we saw one for the rest of the game.
We did
from
not.
that point forward. So he was just pitching reds. The Tome of Imperial Flame, huge in the matchup, but honestly, it just really goes to show that Kano is the type of hero that if you put in the reps, you can find some crazy ways to come back from games where you have, I don't want to say no business winning, but he did not look like he was going to get out of that alive.
But that's the kind of thing about playing Kano, is that you always think you're winning until you lose. And that's and at the end of the day, there's no points for style. There's no points for close enough. It's W's and L's, and Peter got it. And at this case, I mean, a victory like that is almost as sweet as peanut M&Ms.
Sponsored by...
We're not, actually. This is more a jab at DM Armada. Shout out to peanut M&Ms, which are immensely superior to Skittles, which are just stale gum covered in garbage. So, we're definitely not sponsored by Skittles, that's for sure. What a matchup, again, to kick off CC on day 2.
Absolutely. Now, here's the thing. I'm conflicted because we have to give away a really cool card. We have to give away a really cool card. I have a really cool card here. I'll show you the card. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool card.
That's
it's not like a Kano card, though.
No.
Should we still give it away, or should we find a Kano card?
No, well, we can give it away.
Still give it away?
Yeah, let's give it away.
Okay.
Let's give it away.
So here's what's going to happen. I need to go chat with my producer for literally 20 seconds to make sure he knows.
Sure. I can rap on.
You want to rap on?
Oh, well, I'm not going to rap on.
You're going to rap?
I'm not. Definitely not going to rap.
You're committing to rap?
I am not committing to rap. No, the era in which I listened to rap, like the 90s era, I cannot repeat many of those lyrics, so I won't. That's where we're at. Yeah.
All right, so how about this? We're going to literally go to break for 30 seconds, and we're going to come back with the giveaway. How's that sound?
Done. Sold. Let's do it.
We'll see you in 30. Welcome back, everybody, here to Columbus. I did say, we're not. I'm not checking in with the chat too much, trying to stay focused on the game. I do see one funny comment here. Can we trade the giveaway for the rap? You're the only one who can answer that, my friend.
I mean, listen. At some point today or tomorrow, I will break into rap. That's a fact. Also, I do want to give full-on credit to DT in chat, who said Flake yesterday, who said your country sucks, and then Peter says hold my beer, and ruins Canada's great hope. You're absolutely right. I'm not gonna lie. That is, I will absolutely own that one. I will take the L in the standings and still live in Canada. I think that's a fair trade for me.
DT, yeah, Anthony is a local of mine.
Really? Yeah.
I actually play against him all the time in our armories when I'm able to go. I haven't been able to go in a while. And DT, known for his very measured takes.
Oh, definitely.
On Twitter. Known for his very, calm and rational
Making
takes.
friends all the time.
No.
But when you're right, DT, and you are correct here for sure.
Well, here's what's gonna happen, folks. We got a card to give away. And I have a hint. It's a legendary, or it's beyond legendary rarity. So it rhymes with Gabled. And here's how this is gonna work. I'm gonna flip this card around. I'm gonna say our producer is gonna type in the chat the word now. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna happen in just a moment. After the word now are when legal answers are only those answers are going to be considered. All right, and I'm going to ask you a question. You have to answer that question. Type your answer only after you see the now. All right. I'm going to basically he's going to put it in, and I'm going to flip it and ask you a question about this card. All right. You ready? Put it in the chat. Here's the question is, who is the artist on this card?
Ooh, good question.
If you tell me the artist.
I think I know who it is, too.
If you tell me the artist, you get the card.
Yeah, I was very iconic artist.
Yeah, incredible. Here we go. I'm waiting and looking. There's a delay. On the stream.
Oh, we got it.
There's a delay, but is that after the now? I don't think it's after the now.
Is it after the now?
Oh, is he the only one that did a Fabled? Wait, there's so many people that. What do you mean, only one that did a Fabled?
No, I didn't say that.
I know, I just said that.
Did you say
Oh my
that?
God, everybody knows.
Everybody knows, absolutely.
But it's after the. Wait, where's the now?
Maybe there wasn't a now.
Did you do the now? I don't see it.
Well, everybody
is it?
wins. This is
right.
this is why
Who's the first person producer to say Mark Poole after your name? Because I don't see the now on mine.
So the producer's in charge. So if you have any issues with it,
Yeah, we didn't do this one because it didn't show up in our chat.
please email Brian Gottlieb.
All right, I'm just gonna pull it off this, Jake.
I wash my hands of this. I am not liable
All right.
for the impending hate mail.
There was no now, but I'm just gonna pick the first.
Well, it was Ravenous Babel who was first.
It was Ravenous Babber. Mark Poole. Mark Poole was what his answer.
Multiple ools.
Congratulations.
This couldn't have gone better. This couldn't have gone smoother and more calculated and on the rails, for sure.
If it was kind of like that Kano game,
Absolutely.
You think you're going to do a successful giveaway, and then right at the end you don't.
Yeah,
And you think you're going to, win against Kano, and then right at the end you
Yeah,
don't.
hey, sorry, Trillion. You just got instant speed lost in this contest.
Oh my God! Here's how this is gonna work.
Go for it.
Ravenous, Mr. Babel, please go ahead and send an email to orders.therealm@gmail.com. That's orders.therealm@gmail.com, and you can go ahead and receive this play guide. Now, I have a memory of playing against. I think we played Mr. Babel in the calling at Baltimore. And
We
I think,
did?
No, I think I played Mr. Babel. I think I played him because he gave me his sticker.
I would venture to say that his last name is not Babel.
I know, but
nor is his first name Ravenous.
I'm going to call him Mr. Babel. I
You
think
can
that's
call-
fair,
absolutely.
because I want to be.
Yeah, no,
I want
that's-
to be respectful.
I will. No, you absolutely. Respect is important.
I
Communication.
feel like it
honesty,
was
all of that.
Lexi versus Zuri, and if I'm remembering this was the game, I think I did get the W there. So it actually feels kind of fitting to give the Plague Hive to Mr. W to
Deal.
Mr. Babel.
Deal.
So then this is for you, good sir. And if I'm wrong about that, then I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to put you on flame in front of.
All
in
right.
front of everybody.
Here's what I did, which was perfectly on the level. I went and I took some of those draft packs from the Bright Lights draft, and I said, "Hey, give me these." It was that was my level of negotiating prowess on display, and we got 6 of these packs that we're going to give away to some of you over the course of the day. And I was told, because obviously these packs are open Bright Lights packs, stamped cards, and put in these envelopes. I was told by the organizers that they did, I think, like twice as many as they needed, and they said there were a lot of Marvel cards in these packs, but not a lot were open in the draft. So there's a high density of high value cards in these, and we're going to give some of these away over the course of the rest of the
Yeah.
the stream. How about that?
That sounds great to me. And again, for clarification, all the expansion slot and the Marvel cards were left in. They were not stamped, so they could not be used in the draft. They could be sniffed, but they could not be used. Just to make sure that there was, integrity within the tournament. Does it taste like a Marvel? You want to rip it open?
Ooh, that tastes like a singularity.
You want to rip it open and see?
I'm ripping
Just
open this one.
Imagine.
By the way, this is my own personal one. The 6 are here. They're safe, so
Let's
I'm not
get it,
opening your
let's get
stuff.
a sense. If you open a Marvel here, then you can everybody at home can be like,
Aw,
Flake,
Flake
we
did
wanted one of
it.
that
And I'll
one."
be like, well, it sucks to be you. What do we got here?
We have most likely Bright Lights cards.
Oh, the foil is full tilt. Ooh.
Oh, there you go. That's a stamp majestic. Little stasis cell.
Yeah, a little stasis cell. Perfect. Got him. And then crushing through.
Dude, Bright Lights draft is kind of over.
It is over. I got 2 dash databases.
And 2 Tekla levelers.
Sweet.
Womp womp.
Mink mong.
Womp womp.
All right, cool, fine. All right, no problem.
All
So
right,
there
well-
you go. There you have it. But we are going to be giving away some of these draft packs, which, again,
Theoretically have a high density of marbles, or maybe that's just like, or maybe they're just all dash databases.
or maybe it's a side. Maybe this is the knick-knack bric-a-brac of giveaways, where
careful,
we're just
careful. He's here.
yeah,
Tarek is here.
It's Tarek. I'm actually going to Tarek's place for Christmas for a Christmas get-together with some of
Okay.
the boys.
Whoa, weird flex, bro, but okay.
He's got the coolest dogs. He's got he's got 3 dogs, and they're all amazing, and I love them. And I literally just sit on the couch with the dogs, and I'll be like, "You guys can draft like losers. I'm gonna hang out with some dogs." That's my move.
In terms of absolute dogs, there are some people who are just tearing through this tournament like absolute dogs and are gonna make their way into the top 8. And there's 3 more rounds to figure out exactly who the top dogs are. We got 10 minutes left in the round. We're going to take a quick break, run a couple of those interviews that we've been seeing, and then we will make sure to get some incredibly high-octane games of Flesh and Blood. I don't know if they're going to compete with that because that literally had us just like, oh, there's the sand cover. But
We were like that.
Yeah,
But this is why it's sometimes cool to have like a cam that just goes back on us, because at a certain point, it wasn't us casting the game. It was us just like this.
Yeah. Do you see?
Yeah.
Do you see?
Yeah.
So I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as we did. And we have such great games. Only 3 more games of CC in the actual Swiss rounds of the tournament before top 8 tomorrow. I can't wait to get into it. I can't wait to share it with all of you. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome, everybody, to a little bit of a deck conversation. We are here with Ethan Mansant Van Sant, one of my very good friends, and perhaps a brute aficionado. Is that fair to say? Can we call you a brute aficionado, Ethan?
I had a while where I played Fi quite a bit, but I do think Levi and Reinar are still my top 2 played. Yes.
I remember that. I remember that era. It was Nats. It was the Nats that Michael won. I watched your whole journey on stream. I was just a fan.
If only
back
I'd
then.
stuck with it, I would have won Worlds, dude. What the heck?
I was just but a fan back then, but now here we are talking the Realm Rumble and talking specifically the Green Brute, the big green angry man. This is Reinar, Reckless Rampage. So talk to me a little bit about this deck. This is the battle-hardened Pittsburgh deck here that Michael Fang brought to the 5th place finish. Now that was, I believe, still a Lexi meta, if I'm not mistaken. That was a Lexi and Icelander meta. No? Pittsburgh was no Lexi?
Lexi was gone.
That was the
big deal about
first. That was the
Pittsburgh.
first Lexi.
Exactly. Didn't you
Lexiness.
read my title? The first
Yes.
event with the new meta in preparation for Worlds, yada yada. It was a big deal, and then Reinar didn't do anything at Worlds really. So, did it really tell us that much? You know?
No, well, there was a chance, but some things went down.
That's
So-
drama. Do we want drama on stream?
You know what we want?
Well, I'm here, so we want drama on
No,
stream.
no, we don't want drama. We
no.
want brutes. We want reckless swings. We want blood rush bellows. So just talk to me a little bit about. First, I'm gonna ask everybody this question. Talk to me about Rhinar in a world without Iyslander. Lexi's been gone for a little bit, but I don't think anybody really expected Iyslander to be gone for the Rumble.
No.
So looking ahead at this current tournament that is going on right now, how do you feel about Rhinar in a world where there are no frostbites to be seen?
I actually really like what Reinhardt's looking like now without having to worry about Iyslander. Iyslander was a bit of an oddball matchup for Reinhardt because I think the Reinhardt players felt like, oh, it's a wizard. We have Intimidate. It's a good matchup. But if you really, put the reps in, played against good Iyslander players as well, you don't actually outvalue a Iyslander deck, and they don't care too much about Intimidate when they can just turn their turn into a Scar Wounded Bull. Like, just, okay, I'll use this hand, launch it at you. My turn was going to be pitch 1 blue into Arsenal Waning Moon, and then play out 3 cards, Arsenal next card anyway. They could actually use their full hand. So Intimidate didn't land as much as I think most people thought in that matchup. And then the Rhinar also gets incredibly stumped by Blizzard, Channel the Bleak Expanse, my god, if they were in that, and then Channel Lake Frigid, as well as an odd Frostbite here and there, really making Rhinar suffer on a normal Blood Rush turn anyway, because they're even when Rhinar's not facing taxes, there's normally such a finite amount of resources you have to work with to pull off Claw, Tunic, attack. So Iyslander messing with all of that was really tricky. You could still win. I don't think it was that good for Rhinar unless they really teched for like an aggressive build.
Gotcha. So Rhinar perhaps happy to see the Ice Wizard go, as
Yes.
we're so many people, as we saw so many tributes pouring in online to the Icy Wizard, but she's gone, and he's here. So talk to me a little bit about this deck, about the game plan. Let's start a little big, and then we can get into individual cards as you desire. But just this hero has been around since the very beginning of the game, and yet, as you alluded to, perhaps this might be the time that he steps forward into the sunlight to just do a little bit of swing big and arg smashing. So talk to me a little bit about Rhinar and what the game plan is and the deck.
Well, on the eve of heavy hitters, how appropriate that the OG is coming back to the fray. He has this entire game plan built around normally hitting these incredibly high ceiling damage turns with Blood Rush and kind of the true damage that is attached to that turn because of the built-in Intimidate. Right, so even in a shell, I think mostly this deck really is not built around Intimidate, but it's about making the Blood Rush itself deal this extra bit of true damage because the discard attached to that card, enabling then your claws to come in 5/5, then a final finisher. If it's a pack hunt, last card gone. If it's a swing big, my god, you're just going over damage thresholds. And then the ability to just kind of fall back on the power of that singular card alone means everything else you do just adds to survivability, a little bit of disruption in like CNCs, or even this deck's like running Amnesia, Erase Face. Having those in between turns, spiking with such game-ending power in Blood Rush is just a very consistent game plan, and it's really the kind of deck that I was playing back at Pro Tour Meta when I got 35th, just because Oldhim was so open to this strategy where you could just say, I'm trading similar to you, and then I have spike turns with Blood Rush that you just can't do anything about, and then I'm going to Remembrance them back in and just do it again. And it's so much true damage that you just win. I think this deck in particular is not running Remembrance because we really, see Oldhim go away. Now you only have to worry about enough damage to kill like maybe a defensive Dromai or defensive Bravo, and the Blood Rushes alone should do that for the deck. So with a little bit of added spice here and there with the disruption I was talking about, with like a little bit of Chandler Toe pummel action that we see in this deck, a little bit of new spice in the Dig Up Dinner, as well as the fact that you can target mech easier now with like Arg Smash. I think Reinhardt's just looking really, really strong, right? He needs no game plan in between Blood Rush ending the game. So there's just so much flexibility in blocking out, finding pressure turns, a little bit of disruption here or there. Very flexible deck. Absolute blast to play as well. I think this kind of Rhinar, with some of the pitch stacking you can get up to, especially with like E-Strike helping you bottom reds, is really, really fun to play.
Well, talk to me then a little bit about, you said, not much game plan in and around the Bloodrush Bella's turn. This feels like a true mid-range deck in that it has the spike turns where it can go off, but it's also able to block well, and as long as you don't, it doesn't seem like this deck in particular has a lot of no blocks. In fact, I'm not sure I'm seeing really any in the main list here. And so you got the Fate for Scenes and the Sink below. So talk to me a little bit about the game plan around the Bloodrush Bella, because we know that card is so powerful. But, let's get into just a little bit of the nitty-gritty of that kind of pitch stacking. When you're looking to close out a game, or you're looking to set yourself up, if you're new to the Reinhardt deck, what are some game plans that you can look to actuate as you begin to pick up the deck?
Right, so when you see some of the defensive suite added in, like the Sink Below and Fates, normally that's a non-bow with the Draw Discard package, so you're really deciding, like, face up, which kind of deck you're going to play. This deck that Michael Fang was running was more of the aforementioned, like, Oldhim meta deck, where you didn't need so much aggression in the Draw Discard package because your guaranteed damage was there in the Blood Rush. That's all you needed to play for. And I think that strategy is still really strong into a lot of Bravos, a lot of Dromize, and then as well as this, like, rise of mech, right? You're not forced into so many non-blocks in deck, so you can actually pivot to be more defensive and just threaten this, like, natural fatigue state because all your cards block so well. So to actually close those games into mech, they're having this tough situation of running into their own fatigue state, plus the fact that you have Arg Smash, so it's kind of on them to find a way to win. You are naturally going to just have more cards in deck, destroy their items, and survive because you never get caught with these, like, non-block scenario hands. So that's one matchup check, right? Not even something you need to worry about Blood Rush wise. So then it really comes down to the ninjas, and I think the ninjas are one of the tougher matchups for Reinhardt, similar to, like, why Lexi was so tough. You can't effectively block out a ton of breakpoints. Like, coming in for 5s and 4s is still really awkward for the deck because you don't have any unique defensive trait like an Oldhim would, or the excessive amount of armor from like a
Welcome in, everyone. We have descended into the volcanoes, into the fiery, ash-filled plains of Volcor, because I am lucky enough to be graced with the presence of the Empress herself. Mara Ferris, thank you for taking the time for but a plebeian like myself.
Thank you for having me. That is a very proper introduction, I think.
I have to give honor where honor is due. So we are going to be talking about the deck for which you are so well known.
My Bravo, I understand.
Your Bravo, yes, your Bravo star of the show. So let me just really quickly pull it up. We're going to be talking. Of course.
If I showed up with a Bravo, there would be a riot.
Well, luckily for all of us who don't want to hang out in a riot, we are going to be talking about Dromai, of course, today. So I've been starting all of these discussions out by talking about the frozen elephant in the room. Iyslander has left us. What happens now for Dromai, that one of the most kind of intricate and, like, back and forth and evolving matchups is no longer on the table? What happens now with this deck?
So I will say I'm a little sad to see the Iyslander matchup go. I think the Iyslander Dromai has always been one of the most nuanced, most skill testing matchups I think I've ever played. And I love playing that matchup. It's a super fun matchup. It's a super skill intensive matchup. And I'm sad to see it go. And I don't think we're gonna see another matchup quite that intricate for a while. And I'm a little sad about that. What I'm not sad about is the freeing up of, like, half my sideboard. I don't think it's much of a secret. I prefer a very redline style Dromai deck. I tend to play very aggressive, very I should say red heavy, but what I actually mean is 60 reds in a deck. My typical Dromai deck does not run blues, and when you're playing against Iyslander with a deck that does not run blues, you have a bad time. So I, for the last year or so that I've been playing this kind of list, have always pretty much locked about half of my sideboard to running between about 5 and 8 blues, just so that I can have the access to those in the Iyslander match. So suddenly now I get a sideboard, and it's kind of a weird experience. I was sitting down last night doing some brewing for my list, and I've gotten so accustomed to having such a tight list that I'm just like, okay, my list has to be good into everybody because I don't have room for sideboard between like I especially like when it was like Oldhim and Icelander, about half my sideboard was a fatigue package for Oldhim and the other half was a bunch of blues for Icelander, and that was all the sideboarding I ever got. And so now Oldhim is gone, Icelander is gone. I have this whole extra space in my deck that I didn't know we got. Is this how every other deck feels? do the other decks get 15 cards that they can just swap in and out like whenever they feel like it? It's a weird feeling, but it is pretty cool. I'm kind of excited to have the opportunity to register a deck that just has nothing in the blue column at all.
That's a good feeling. I have kind of a follow-up question, actually, just in hearing you talk about it. You know, you had mentioned that the matchup was super intricate and it was, very, very back and forth. And it's, as we all have seen over these many months, it has evolved in various different ways as both decks change and both decks adapt to the metagame. But a lot of people think that, Dromai has, historically had a pretty good matchup in Icelander. If those dragons can go unanswered, it's like it's something that can really be a struggle for Icelander to deal with. So my question is, you have the sideboard available, but there's now a matchup that maybe you were kind of able to target. And talking, when we talked in Barcelona, you said, I'm just eating Frosty Wizards. My Ashwings are eating these Frosty Wizards for breakfast, right? So
nom wizard, I believe was the
you nom on the wizard. So you've maybe lost a matchup that you were liking to target, but you've gained some sideboard space. So do you feel like this is a net gain, or is it kind of more in the middle? Like, where does that actually put the deck in terms of like, is it a positive? Is it a negative? Is it more in the middle?
Anytime we lose a matchup that I feel very confident on, it's always a little bit negative, just because I have felt so good in the matchup. But for Dromai as a whole, like, I have personally felt very good in the matchup. I've played that matchup a lot. I know that matchup very well. So like when I sit down and play that matchup, I feel very good. But for Dromai as a whole, I think it's always been a positive matchup, but it is a very difficult one. It is a matchup that I think has been one of the kind of barriers to entry to play Dromai. Dromai is a deck that for a very long time, we saw a lot of people play the deck and not a lot of people converting on the deck. That was kind of a meme for a while that like Dromai never converts. And I think the biggest reasons for that was her Icelander matchup is incredibly skill dependent and her Guardian matchup is incredibly skill dependent. And so it made Dromai a hero that is very difficult to just kind of pick up and play. Now, like I say, we've seen Oldhim leave the meta. We've seen now Icelander leave the meta. We still have a little bit of Guardian kicking around. We still got Bravo hanging out, and Bravo's still a very sizable, representative in the meta. But I think for Dromai as a whole, we're gonna see a little bit more accessibility to the deck. I think we're now gonna see more people able to pick up that deck, put a smaller amount of reps than was required before, and potentially do very well on it.
I assume we're live?
I'm just going to look at you with adoring eyes. Anyways, welcome back, friends. We've got another round. I believe it's round number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12! We're at round number 12 of CC. We've got former Canadian, the 2021 Canadian National Champion, Yuki Lee Bender, top 8 at the Worlds Barcelona versus Kid Wonderbread himself, Brody Spurlock. Looking to not just do well at this tournament, but he's just racking up XP. He wants to, when I spoke to him at Worlds, he said, I want to be the #1 global XP earning player. And if you put this in perspective, some of those top players play a lot, obviously. They win a lot as well, but they've been playing since like 2019.
Right.
This kid's been playing, I think, since 2022. Like, he's been playing for not even 2 years yet, and he's already #3 global.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the first calling event that I played against him, and that was when
Indianapolis,
Starvo,
wasn't it? No.
no, this was when Starvo was live and constructed. So I want to say that he started playing right around Aria.
Yes, I believe it was the December after Aria came out.
Yes.
Which was before Everfest, which came out, I think, in February. Nonetheless, Brody plays the hell out of this game. Yuki Lee Bender, one of the best in the world, bar none. We've seen her her prowess in Limited. She has a podcast called On the Bobble that explores just how great she is and the strategies of Limited. But this ain't Limited. This is Constructed. But the beautiful part about this is that we've got Brody Spurlock on Azalea, a hero that he actually has a lot of reps on now and is very prominent with. But Yuki Lee Bender is bringing a deck that nobody suspected.
Well, they should have, because we had 7 of them in the field, and they are still performing pretty well, Yuki Lee especially. So, of course, this is Sir Bolton, Breaker of Dawn, and she has brought a flexible version. She does have Raiden in the list, but has been very, very effective with the Centauri Saber combo. And one other thing that jumps out to me is, again, the impact of ice leaving the meta. Because when I look at these 2 deck lists, Yuki Lee has no blues in hers whatsoever, just yellows and reds. Brody, on the other hand, just 9 total blues in his entire list. And that is because there are no more Frostbites. There are no copies of Channel Lake Frigid available. This is going to be quite the lean, mean machines facing off against one another. One of the things I think we're going to be looking for as far as this matchup goes is how much disruption and pressure Brody can send toward Yuki to keep her off the combo. Because, one, she's got to have time to find it. Now, she might get lucky and draw it early, but if you can get enough damage in and threaten some of these key on hits, then maybe you get her to the point where she has to start blocking. But also, cards like Red in the Ledger, if you can time them very well, you might be saying, okay, this is the combo turn, this is when I expect her to go off, so I'm going to fire this dominated Red in the Ledger and then delay her combo.
Yeah, and again, just limiting them to one action point, the go-agains, the multiple swings, and not to mention combining those with the Lumina. You can go Boomina, and it can not just be damage dealt, but also healing on your side, gaining life back and making it so that those gaps of life totals really close at a rapid pace. So that is going to be something that he wants to do. But at the same time, you can do that, Charmer. You can go ahead and say, all right, well, I hit you with the dominated Red in the Ledger. Your turn after this is kind of gooned a little bit. But beyond that, it might be a situation where Brody's like, okay, cool. I got it. And Yuki's like, yeah, you got it. But the cards I need to make this happen are still there. That Lumina is still in the arsenal. I have all the pieces. I maybe took damage. I could maybe not do a whole lot this turn. So Yuki might be in a situation where she wants to obviously maintain the life total to a degree where she can withstand a couple barrages to finally send it. Because Yuki is not, Brody is not running Arsenal Destruction. There's no Command and Conquer in here, so there's nothing to worry about from that degree. I'm kind of looking if there's anything. Seek and Destroy, I believe, might be able to mess with that. I got to double check.
Yes,
but
yeah, that does force that away.
So Seek and Destroy is there. There's no Command and Conquer, obviously, but Brody's going to be looking to do 2 things. Obviously, disrupt with just the fact of like a lot of these frailties, inertias, things like that. But beyond that, what he wants to do is just send those big turns, like you mentioned, the Red and Ledger turns or the Seek and Destroy turns late in the game to just close it out and disrupt Yuki's big plans. That's where we're at.
That is where we're at. As I said, the pressure is going to be very important, which is also why we're going to be looking for, if we're Brody anyway, cards like Bolt and Shot, where you can get the go again and then follow up hopefully with a big arrow. Ravenous Rabble we've seen be very effective, not only because of the attack with go again, but you get that information about what's on top of your deck as well, which could matter if you're looking to get the Azalea trigger. There's a lot of pieces here. On the other side as well, Yuki, yes, she has to find the combo, but there is a minimum amount of charging that needs to be done. You're going to have to get those cards into your soul, so we're going to have to keep an eye out for that. And there are a few cards with pretty decent on-hit effects that Bolton has in his arsenal. And that might force, on the other side of the spectrum, Brody to give up some key cards that he might want to use for pressure if he's forced to block.
So, Brody Spurlock, 5 sandwiches today. I asked him.
Yeah.
5 sandwiches. I think he said like 9 water bottles. The dude wants to be hydrated for this one. So if you're keeping track, it's a 5 sandwich day for Brody Spurlock. He's got half of one in his lap right now, actually. I don't know if you can catch it on your end, but we got the widescreen view where we're at. So we're opening up the business, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, round number 12 here at the Realm Rumble. It's day 2. Top 8 happens tomorrow. That's where the big bucks are paid. But for now, we got to get through this gauntlet of heavy hitters. It's Yuki Lee Bender on Boltyn versus Brody Spurlock on Azalea.
All right, so we are opening up, I believe that was the, I was going to say the snatch that was pitched there, so.
And once again, a lot of what Boltyn wants to do in this case, I mean, he's running with Raiden, so charging is going to be a very important aspect, and what we need to discern and just really describe properly is that putting something in Soul and charging has the same outcome, but are different things. So it's very important to make sure that is distinguished. So, wow, dropping a double
endless arrow block.
Yeah. Wants no smoke and mirrors on this one. Doesn't want to get gooned by any kind of razzle-dazzle, but also filtering out a little bit perhaps here. But 2 endless arrows get chucked out.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just because it was perhaps a red heavy hand and you were looking for some juice. Again, both of these lists very light on the resource cards, or perhaps just as you were saying, trying to protect against some hidden effects, prevent any sort of attack reaction into an on-hit. We are going to start with the Death Dealer activation here, and we have a drill shot that has hit the arsenal, but then we're going to transition before firing it to a Ravenous Rabble. I think that was a Seek and Destroy that was revealed, so this is coming for 4.
Yeah, it's a nice start to the day here. Again, it's not just the forego. Again, it's the information off the top, which Azalea is going to covet. In the arsenal there is a drill shot. It is knocked, it is ready to fire, and it does find a home. There's a lot of blocking equipment, so being able to connect with the drill shot here, Charmer, is going to pay dividends down the line.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me that Yuki opted to go with the Raiden game plan instead of the Sabres here. I don't know if that's just too much respect to Red in the Ledger, or perhaps trying to...
I think you're right about that.
Well, I was also going to say, another really key card potentially in this matchup, if you were running Sabres, would be something like Remorseless, where you might take additional damage as well. You know, if you're trying to drop like Lumina, you know, set it up with the combo piece to start, then that could be a lot of incidental damage.
Sure.
And if you're already low, the additional pressure could be problematic.
So that is a Lace with Blood Rot matched up here with a 7 spot on a drill shot. It is not dominated, but we do know that Yuki Lee Bender, I believe, has a Sink Below in Arsenal, which is going to pop out straight away, sinking away a card here. So no on-hit.
I just appreciate the irony here. It's not very often you see Command and Conquer and Sink Below together because the text on one negates the other. But when you're using them both to block, hey, they finally...
It's true. The only other opportunity you kind of see those 2 cards together on opposite sides of the field is Uzuri, right? Like that you respond to the Uzuri trigger anticipating a Command and Conquer. So, all right, so the mission still here to charge the soul, because you do want to fire off and eventually empty it for some big dividends. Cards like, what do we got? I think there's where is it? Looking, Via the Vanguard. That's it. Via the Vanguard is a big card that you can go ahead and dump out a soul for as well, but it's just a 3 now. And again, when you charge your soul, that does activate Boltyn's ability to go ahead, and if it's blocked with an action card, it goes +1 over the top, and then you can banish out of the soul to grant go again. This is a deck, Shermer, I think that is going to be aggressive, but it wants to simultaneously kind of, much like you see a Levia player, fill the graveyard, empty the graveyard, fill the graveyard, empty the graveyard. I think it's the same thing here where Yuki's probably going to want to hover around between 2 and 4 cards in Soul to feel comfortable. That is probably going to be the fun spot for her.
Yeah, I think the sweet spot is 3, just because that means you're always going to have something like the Celestial Cataclysm available, or as some players like to call it, Sea Strike, because it's very reminiscent of Enlightened Strike, both in terms of art and functionality. But that is a very effective card, but that does require 3 cards to come out of your soul. So even if you don't have it, just being able to say to your opponent, I might have it, you have to plan around it, I think is important. So I think 3 is ideally the sweet spot, but you are correct. You have to have it at least a bare minimum. The 2 to 4 range is probably where we're going to see it hover the most, because you want to make sure that you're utilizing your soul abilities. So you don't want to just overstack it and have 5 or 6, because that means you're not extending your resources expending your resources at the wrong time. So, sorry, I'm just trying to see what Brody is doing here. So we are going to go with the swap. We have the cross wrap, and now we're going to go to Azalea into the premeditate into a ravenous rabble. I believe that revealed an infecting shot that's on the top.
No, that was a lace with blood
Lace,
rot, but
okay.
same on-hit effect. Yeah, it's going to create a blood rot on effect here.
The art is similar. My
yeah.
apologies.
Premeditate here is a brilliant card. Basically, the next card to fire out of the arsenal will gain a +3 and on-hit create a ponder token, and that card is a remorseless. Oh, but we're not done. Look how loaded up this attack is. This is sky high.
So this is a premeditated, laced, remorseless that wants to seek and destroy. So this is 14.
Oh my
with
god.
A lot of relevant on hits, because we have the potential ponder,
Brody.
Obviously the seek and destroy, and there is an arsenal on the other side.
Brody, crimes like this, you can be tried as an adult now, Brody Spurlock. What are you doing? This is a war crime. What an attack action right here. 14 with premeditate, seek and destroy, blood rot, supersized, just extra nuggets on this one.
I feel like if I were to go through the rules for Flesh and Blood, somewhere in the rules, this goes against the terms of service, if you will, because this feels like unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yes, correct. Absolutely. This is the 2-minute minor matched with a 5-minute major and a 10-minute game match penalty for sure. Brody, you psychopath. What a big attack over there. Again, look at Yuki Lee Bender down to 18. Again, stacking up all of those on hits. Gross. But she's not done yet. Again, this is a process for the Boltyn player. Don't count Yuki out yet.
Well, the interesting combination here, right, because of the on hits, is you want to hopefully have something to pay for the blood rot, or else you take more damage. You want to get rid of what's in your arsenal as well, because it's going to go away because of the seek and destroy. But you also are trying to limit how much you do so that you don't take too much damage from this remorseless. So you have this, I don't want to say Sophie's choice. Let's call this the Brody's choice, where all of the options are bad.
Pretty much. That's essentially the Toronto Tinder experience. All the options are bad. That is V of the Vanguard. Great card. Again, that's one of those cards that when you were playing Monarch Limited, which we did a lot of in at Nationals.
Yes.
Pack one, pick one, potential bomb right there. If you get past that late and you're on Boltyn, you're feeling sky high. Quicken token created here, but via the Vanguard, first opportunity here. Again, it's coming in for 4. It's a little above rate. You can banish from Soul to give this go again.
Yes, you can banish from Soul to give this go again. Yuki trying to make the most out of this turn because of all of those on hits waiting to resolve. And I can totally see a scenario here where Yuki does decide to take some of the damage from the Remorseless just to throw pressure back. Like, if you've just taken all of that damage, sometimes the only way out is through, right? And if you know you're going to be on the wrong end of a Blood Rot or the wrong end of a Seek and Destroy, then you might as well just throw caution to the wind, throw the V for the Vanguard, maybe get Raiden in, an attack or two as well. I'm really curious to see what this ends up being that was in the arsenal.
Yeah. Yuki's got a lot of work to catch up on here, and like you mentioned, that Raiden better be the God of Thunder, not just a sword, if you want to really equalize here. Unfortunately, we don't cross IPs just yet, but still, that Raiden with the charge effect is going to be online, so it's going to come in as a free 3 if necessary. Brody now thinking, what do I want to do here? He's kind of laying out his cards and thinking about it. Brody has always not been shy about taking his time and utilizing the clock and making sure that even though you have a massive lead, you know that that can evaporate in a heartbeat, especially against an explosive style deck like this Boltyn list, especially so piloted by Yuki Lee Bender. So Brody wants to make sure that he's really covering all his bases and just keeping things in check. So he's going to let it go.
Yeah, I think what has happened is there was a judge call. That's what the other hand is over there. Yuki does not have 2 left hands. And so
I don't think that's correct. No.
They're talking through. I think Yuki is saying, "Hey, this is what's happening," and they are working something out. So we're going to wait and see what the resolution of this is. But until then, I happen to notice that here in the booth you have found a Teklo pistol.
I did find a Teklo pistol. I just noticed that it's signed by James Webb. I'm imagining that this is Rachel's. Okay, so Rachel left me with a Teklo pistol, which is, listen, is this what it feels like to be an American?
Yes, I was waiting for you to get there. I was saying now that you've been here as many times as you have, we are just
They
giving
just
you,
handed them out. Yeah. Well, hey, there's a Republican convention going on in this building, and they're just handing out pistols. So, anyways, back to Flesh and Blood. We're not done here as the action continues, and we're having a good time again. Round number 12 here, and top 8 are playing for some big bucks. $20,000 going to be paid out tomorrow. A big time prize pool. Not to mention, of course, the beautiful playmat and the bracelet.
So one of the interesting bits, because Yuki is not on the Centauri Saber version, I'm paying attention to the equipment. We do still have the snaps, but there's no Courage of Blade Hold. Instead, I believe that's the new Soul Bond Resolve chess piece. So as you and I were highlighting and talking about the importance of charging, I believe that's the one that allows you, when you block, to charge additionally if you're trying to set up a good turn. Here, though, instead, we are going to use the snaps for Go Again.
And there it is.
Resolve Illumina.
Double
into
Lumina! The Lumina has become to Boominad.
So earlier I had said, hey, sometimes Remorseless can be a really impactful card for when your opponent wants to go Lumina. Now, I meant in terms of the Centauri Saber combo, but it turns out it's also very effective against Raiden.
Oh, my goodness. So, again, the Lumina situation over here is not about just amplifying the attack value, but you're going to get some change back. You're going to get some life link on this one. You're going to gain a little bit of life. So, again, Brody, who put in some work on one massive 14-point multiple on-hit scenario, has come back in droves for Yuki Lee Bender as she's managed to not just weather that storm. Now, keep in mind, if you look to the right-hand side of that, or to the just next to those Luminas, those are the on-hit triggers and the tokens that essentially are there to basically remind the players that, hey, this is still happening. There's still some naughtiness that you need to attend to that's going to end the turn here. Again, Blood Rot, etc. But I think Yuki's at a point now. It's like, I found some hot cards here, and we're going to put them out, put them to task. And Brody on the receiving end now of a 5-point Centauri. Is that the Raiden?
Yeah, that is the Raiden. And that die there represents the number of times that you can use that weapon to attack with. So it's going to come for 5 multiple times. As you said, the cards that are over there to the right are the lingering effects, but there is no arsenal now. It was Illumina that came from there. So the Seek and Destroy part is going to be irrelevant. Similarly, the Remorseless, with all the cards being deployed now, that's basically wrapped up. But the Blood Rot is important. That's still an extra 2 damage that will go through, because I believe Yuki is all out of resources and cards now. So this is just going to be deciding how much damage Brody wants to take. And we do get, because of the Lumina here, 2 cards that go to Soul when Raiden connects. That also means that Yuki heals 2, which will be a great way to offset that Blood Rot Pox. Yeah, turns out you don't have to pay for Blood Rot if you can just heal the damage.
It's true. So, again, every time that hits, reveal the top card. If it's a light card, put it into Soul, and then gain a life. Otherwise, put it at the bottom of your deck. You're doing that twice per hit. So there's a potential here to hit, gain 2, hit, gain 2, hit, gain 2. There it is. It's absolutely great. There's the other Lumina Ascension that gets put in there. But, like, look at the life gain that's occurring here. Keep in mind, Yuki Lee Bender started the turn at 15. She absolutely just got fed by Brody. Brody gave her everything but his ham sandwiches.
I was going to say, it's going to go back down. I believe it should be back down to 17 total. It was just tapped once, but Blood Rot is...
It was 15...
Yeah, up to 19, then it should be back down to 17 from the Blood Rot. It was just tapped once, but I think it should be twice, unless I missed another life gain there and they're just shorthanding it.
Well, each on hit was +2, right? And then the
Yeah, he did block it once, so it should have triggered twice. Like I said, 15 and
Sure.
19, and then the Blood Rot should then take it back down to 17 theoretically. But I'm going to trust the players to know what the correct total is, and they will hopefully update it here soon.
Nonetheless, I mean, look at the how those life totals have sort of closed the gap on each other once again, because Brody was in a significant lead based off of that one massive turn, and then Brody does an incredible job. Yuki does an incredible job of just double Lumina, recovering her own health, but also dishing it out. This is going to be a drill shot 4-7. I believe it's dominated as well.
So one of the things that I would like to highlight is that, yes, the health totals have kind of closed the gap on each other, but that was after Yuki spent a double Lumina turn. I think if you're Brody, you're feeling pretty good that you survived this and you're still in a position where you are kind of the one generating the pressure, right? That Lumina was forced by all of the on hits, and I think that Yuki would have preferred maybe to set that up even just a hair more, but this is a great position for Brody to be in. I think what Yuki's going to need to do to get back into this is set up some of those Celestial Cataclysm turns where you can perhaps get that big attack for 7, as well as a couple of attacks with on hits. We do know that there are attack reactions that exist here, along with the light attacks where if they hit, they draw a card, so maybe that could extend your turn. But she's going to need something to keep pace because, as I said, the Luminas, 2 of them have already been used by her, whereas Brody still has a lot of power cards left in his deck.
Yeah, and the third Lumina is actually just living in the soul, if I'm not mistaken. So that third Lumina is out and about. It's hiding underneath that take flight, as you can see over there. So Brody doesn't have to worry about another Lumina turn. All the information's gone. It doesn't mean that Boltyn is any less dangerous. So Yuki just opening up a Banana Republic and closing the gap. That's what she's doing.
I don't even know how to respond to that. I'm so proud of you right now.
Why? Tell me why. Tell everyone why. Tell my parents why. So again, this is a dominated drill shot, so you're going to get double duty on this one. There's an on hits from, I believe that's laced with Frailty. You're getting an on hit from the drill shot, plus the damage dealt. So 4's going to punch through. You're going to put a -1 counter on some equipment here, and we're going to rain some raisins on this one, baby.
Yeah, so this is jumping up to 9. It's interesting because I don't believe this has Go Again. This is just trying to push more damage. I think also cycling it out of the hand tells me Brody probably wants to arsenal this other card. But with the Fate Foreseen coming, it's also...
Okay, so it was not dominated. That's my bad. I thought it was dominated. That's on me.
I was just going to say, I think it was also just a sign that Brody might have expected some additional block to be coming because the single card was offered there. Wait and see if there's any decision there on the opt. I believe Yuki just let that stay. Potentially saw something spicy, but we are still going to have the connect, and that will, of course, give the Frailty token.
Frailty is pretty important here from the capacity of, just Raiden. That's the importance of it right now. It's really representing one, which is not that impactful. There's nothing in Arsenal to worry about. But that's where we're at. So right now, Brody does get the on-hit trigger from Drill Shot. He can put -1 on any one of these 3 options. As you can see, he's lined them up there. He's playing a little let's make a deal. There's no curtain number 4 here. So, at a certain point, you're just where do you put it on here? Are you putting it on to turn a 2 into a 1? Are you putting it on to turn a 1 into a 0? What's the option here?
I think that what you're probably looking at is either an option that has something like Temper as opposed to Battle Worn, because that means that if you do ever force that equipment to block for the 1, then you also get rid of it. And if I remember correctly, the Iron Song Versus is Temper instead of Battle Worn, so that might be an option. Soulbond Resolve, I know, also gives you the benefit, like I said, when you block with it, you get to charge your soul potentially. And so if you're limiting the uses of that ability as well. That could be a bit of a consideration. Brody, as you said, taking his time, very methodical. And if I'm being honest, is probably not used to playing against Boltyn, and so
I agree. I mean, that's part of it, right? He's made his selection. He's going to go with the chest piece here. If this was a situation where it's like, okay, I've played against the Dromai a million times or a Bravo a million times, you know where that -1 counter's probably going to go. You don't have to necessarily overthink it. But when you've got options, especially against a hero that you're not necessarily 100% familiar with, you have to kind of actually do some reading. What is the reach of this? What is the importance? Is it battle worn or is it temper? These are also important aspects. So right now, very, very easy play here. Yuki Lee Bender just dropping a snatch onto the board. It is a 4 attack on hit, draw a card. I was actually talking about how iconic this card is. I was mentioning about how if they're going to be reprinting cards, like they've reprinted, they've reprinted Scar for a Scar, they've reprinted Ravenous Rabble. To me, Snatch is a card that I think deserves a reprint. It is, in my opinion, the perfect rare card.
It is a very good rare card. It's very fun. It's dynamic. It offers decisions for both players, but I'm not sure that I want it to be reprinted because I don't like to play against it.
Yeah, but it's like it's not that it doesn't exist anymore. Like you can go get them. It's just from limited capacity.
I was going to say I don't want to play against it in limited either.
Okay,
it's already bad enough.
I love that card. I think that from a design perspective, Snatch I think just hits everything that you want it to be. It's a very good rare card. It's not overstated. It has a good effect.
Okay, so earlier when we were talking about the life totals, it does look like they've now corrected it. Brody here with the 3 block does mean that Snatch resolved, so Yuki gets a choice of which card she wants to arsenal, but does pass. Frailty goes away.
Yeah, that's important to note there is that Snatch is a very dangerous card when it has go again, but when your opponent has no cards left and no arsenal. But basically what Brody has opted to do here is said, the on-hit here gives you a choice. It doesn't give you an advantage. And in that case, it's perfectly fine. He just soaks some of the damage. Brody now representing an Infecting Shot, a very, very strong card.
And based on the hand movements, I think the players are just having a little bit of a discussion there. The cross wrap has also been activated here by Brody.
So that Infecting Shot, one of the more potent cards that has bolstered Ranger in general. Obviously, we've seen how it has just rained terror in the Lexi metas. This card here, it's a 1-cost, 5 attack, 3 block, on hit, create a Blood Rot. So it's a potential 7 damage output for 1. It is unreal, just the reach that this could potentially have. Brody now representing it. It's in the arsenal. No activation of the Azalea yet, but he does have the opt from the cross wrap. So information, no problems.
Yeah, I think what's happening right now is he has done the cross wrap. That's why that card is over there to the right, and I think he's just trying to decide whether or not he wants to opt it. I think this is him trying to figure out how do I maximize my damage output this turn, because as you said, Infecting Shot, really powerful card, but if he wants to activate Azalea, for example, if he's trying to push some dominated damage, that also means kind of giving that up. It's going to get replaced. Now, we talk about the power of on-hits a lot in Flesh and Blood. I do think it's kind of interesting that one of the cards that helped push Ranger over was, hey, here's an arrow with an on-hit, but the on-hit is just more damage. Sometimes, like the other text, it's fun, it's flavorful, but just more damage is also a good enough on-hit.
Yeah, it's the purest of on-hits, right? I mean, every card has an on-hit. It takes some life from you. This just has it in another capacity, and I kind of like that. I mean, you win the game by bringing your opponent to 0, right? Like, that's effectively how it happens.
So this is exactly what I was expecting. The decision here was, I can dominate this, but it's probably a lesser quality arrow. In this case, it's a blue Spire sniping. Now, it will allow him to look at the next top 2 cards, but that was why he was taking so long to decide, because the Infecting Shot is, as you said, a very powerful tool. and trading that for a blue Spire sniping doesn't feel great. But if you can get the dominate, and if the rest of his hand is a lot of those non-attack buffs, it could be a very influential turn here because Yuki is at 16. If you can leak a bunch of damage, get her to sub 10 health, now every turn you're not dominating, you're still likely going to eat a good chunk of her hand. And I think Brody wants to be in control of the tempo. And so, as I said, there is one of those non-attack buffs.
I think it's Lace with, I say inertia, but you know what I mean. Creates an inertia token. Still, pumping this bad boy up to 6 attack, not dominated. Oh, it is dominated, rather,
Yes.
because, yeah, this was brought over the top. The Spire Sniping did allow for Brody to rearrange the top of the deck. Keep in mind, Charmer, also, Brody's got the Snappies up, and can potentially, if down the line, choose to just extend that combat chain. And, hey, let's say hello again to Bullseye Bracers.
Yeah, they are no longer banned or restricted in any way, shape, or form. They are back now that Lexi has hit Living Legend. This is, I think, also one of the reasons that Brody was taking so long with this decision is 6 dominate normally would feel pretty good, but there's a lot of equipment available to Yuki over there. And that's why we are seeing the consideration there for Iron Song Versus, I believe. I also think that depending on what Yuki has in Arsenal, you might be considering just taking this if you're okay with getting that token. But you had pointed it out, the Snapdragon Scalers are going to be used now to extend this turn.
So where are we going with it?
Where
That's
are
the
we
question.
going?
Oh!
It's a Codex!
The Brodex of Frailty. It's a different version when Brody plays it.
And
it's the Brodex.
Yeah, and on top of that, we get the Ponder, but also this Drill Shot. This will, of course, eat the equipment, because if it hits, it's just going to put the minus on the equipment anyway. You might as well cover up the damage. So -1's abound. And then after all of that, he gets to Arsenal a card. Great turn by Brody to keep the pressure.
Impressive turn, absolutely. Good utilization of the Snapdragons, of course, finding the right amount of damage. And again, you might be thinking like, yeah, but you used your Snapdragons. You didn't really get anything through. Absolutely you did. You utilized a lot of the equipment block. That is part of it. It's a process. Flesh and Blood is a longer game to play. There's a reason why it's 55-minute rounds. It is a game of attrition, a game of wearing down your opponent. If you can go ahead and make that exchange of your Snapdragons for all the equipment block, that is a fair exchange. And I think that that's important, because down the line, Brody's going to say, I'm going to dominate an arrow, and you will not be able to rely on your equipment to get through. But here is V of the Vanguard, a big, big card for a big, big potential turn.
Now, one of the things we are going to have to potentially consider is the impact of that Frailty token, because cards coming from the Arsenal and then later possibly Raiden will be at a -1 as a result.
Well, hey, hold on a second here. That Frailty means that if the V of the Vanguard's attack value is not above baseline, you can't give it go again. So
yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, that Frailty token is actually a pretty big deal.
It's a pretty big deal. Absolutely, absolutely. So there is significance here. Brody, I don't think he may have necessarily sniffed it out. I think he was just trying to say, hey, it's just extra sprinkles here, but it is going to find some benefit.
All right, so we do have the attack reaction. So we're going to get it back up above.
Take that, Brody.
Take that, Brody. How dare you make me use this?
This is a game of give and take. And ultimately, yeah, you're right. I mean, V of the Vanguard has to get a little bit of extra sauce there. So we're going to go ahead and banish a card. Now, again, the Frailty is only going to affect the V of the Vanguard because it came out of the Arsenal, but this Snatch out of hand does get a little bonus sauce. So this is 5 spot. No go again on this one. Or is there?
Yeah, or is there, but the interesting bit about this Snatch is if there is no true go again, that inertia token also means that the card drawn isn't even going to give you additional options for choosing what to Arsenal. That tells me that whether or not she has it, Yuki is trying to present the idea of this is going to have go again, one way or the other, and so I want you to block this out to stop me from extending my turn. This might just be her fishing for cards out of Brody's hand, because at some point that's what she has to do, right? Brody still has the health lead. He has been generating a lot of pressure in her direction, trying to keep her off balance. If she wants to get back in this, she has to not only throw damage his way, but also kind of like lower the power curve of his turns. So a mind game snatch could also be a relevant play, but I suspect that there's going to be a way to give this go again and continue to extend.
When I think of Brody, I mean, you've got obviously the big smile, the great gameplay, the sandwiches. I got to add the Casio watch, the very basic digital watch to the equation, and the hoodie. I mean, he's kind of like that. This is just stock Brody, baby. Like, it's just
He's
Brody's
almost a cartoon character. You ever notice that cartoon characters, they always have the exact same outfit,
he's like-
right? Like Philip J. Fry is always dressed
Yes.
like Philip J. Fry. Homer Simpson is always dressed like Homer Simpson, and Brody Spurlock always looks like Brody Spurlock.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when you're like, okay, like Brody's gone missing. Can you describe him? I absolutely can, but it could be from any point in the past 2 years. It's not like, you know, like I can't give you the most recent Brody. I can just give you the always Brody. There we go. All right, so this turn's shaping up here for Yuki Lee Bender, and like we mentioned, that things have significantly changed since that massive 14-point dominate triple on-hit kind of Super Saiyan move that Brody output there that really just crushed Yuki, but she turned things around, not just inflicting damage, but gaining that life back with the double Lumina. Here's Raiden following things up. That comes in for free. You charge, you get to go for free. That is a 3 attack with this Raiden.
Yeah, I was going to say it's for free, but it's also for 3 because of that frailty token. Again, a bit of heavy lifting here, and that's followed up here as well. So this is going to be coming in for 4. This is a very wide turn, and so far Brody has opted to give up no cards, saying, you know what, as long as you don't kill me, I think I can send enough back your way. That's got to be the game plan, because he's blocked none of these.
You know, friend of ours, friend of the show, Nathan Zamora, K. Admirable, once told me that 1 health is infinitely more times than 0. So you just need a chip and the chair, and you can make it happen. And Brody's aware of that. I can only imagine how many times Brody's won these nail biters at 1 that, you know, to us pedestrians, us civilians watching this, saying, "Wow, that was a close game." And Brody's had it all along. Not a problem.
I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, look, if you're at 9 health, that's 8 more than you need, baby.
Damn
you
right.
got health to spend.
Damn right. Brody knows, but so does Yuki, and that's why she wants to make sure that this is not left with just 1 health to sit on. She wants to go through this and just punish as best as she possibly can.
I have to assume that the game plan here by Brody is to send a massive dominated arrow, because knowing the inertia token is there, that means there's not going to be any possibility for defense reactions. There is still equipment available, but I think that it's either I send a massive dominated arrow and I have so many buffs that perhaps I get there for lethal, or he's saying, as long as I don't die, I'll put myself in a position where I'm always eating her hand.
The other option here is that if he finds a Bolton shot, he can fire, like he could load up a fat Bolton shot, and then whether it hits or not, you can have the opportunity to bullseye bracers to just kind of close things out, right? Like, that is massive. And again, the significance of bullseye bracers post unbanning is that you do have that outlet. Azalea, not necessarily known for go-agains on arrows, but that is certainly an opportunity to go ahead and extend that kind of arrow. Brody is running 3 red Bolton shots, and that's about it. So if he can find that along with a non-attack action to push that sky high, dominated or not, Charmer, there's an opportunity here for that to get really gross.
Even if it's not something that's presenting for lethal, let's just say if he can send a very large red in the ledger, where it's either going to eat the hand or stop the turn.
Very good point.
That would buy him a turn, because I'm also paying attention to his tunic count, right? It's at 1. If he can get that to 3, that's essentially a free card off of Death Dealer, which then allows him to extend his resources even further.
This looks great.
Looking for what the follow-up is now from Yuki. So the final card coming down, we are going to create the Courage token.
Courage. There we go. It's not quite the whole way, but Brody eventually is going to have to understand that you can't necessarily just let all of your life total slide.
I mean, you can't let all of it, but he hasn't blocked anything yet, so why start now?
Well, I mean, you're right.
I'm standing by. He's saying if I'm not dying this turn, I don't think I'm blocking. I think he's got a hand that he is very confident in.
I'm a Bravo player.
Otherwise, why would you not, for example, have blocked out the Snatch, or one of these things where you know your opponent's drawing cards, you know they want to extend the turn. He has to say, I have something so good that if they're not presenting lethal, I'm just all in.
Listen, I'm Bravo. If I send 6 attacks in a game, I'm happy. Like, that's kind of where we're at. So I block everything. That's what we do.
One of my favorite reasons for playing Uzuri so much, because I also love Bravo, but even when you only attack once, sometimes it feels like twice because you play the stealth and then swap.
Feels like you're doing something.
So it just feels. So Brody does go all the way down to 2, which is 1 more health than he needs. What was it all for? What was he sitting on? What is the Voltron that he is going to assemble out of the lions that he has kept in his fingers throughout that onslaught from Yuki Lee Bender?
Can you tell that we're hyped up here? Can you tell that we are getting to the nitty-gritty?
If Brody is going to eat that much damage and he is as methodical as he is, it's because something spicy is coming. That is the only way I know how to put it. So we have a premeditate here.
Yuki Lee Bender may have Jedi mind tricked him to think that all that damage was ham sandwiches, and that's why he ate them.
That is entirely possible. If there's ever a hero where they just throw ham sandwiches at their opponent, it is an auto win against Brody.
Brody, no blocks. No blocks.
I eat it. No, he doesn't say no. He says, I eat it.
Eat it. So premeditate is precisely the best first little ingredient to a really nasty recipe.
And now he's going into the tank. So he is using the skull bone. And so this is going to be one of those moments where he's got to decide, how much do I like this card on top? How much can I get from this?
All right, so he's having a peek there. Premeditate again. +3 for the next attack coming out of Arsenal on hit. Create a Ponder token. Very good card. But again, we're on the situation here where Brody knows what's on top of his deck. And again, if you cycle that out with the Azalea ability, the arrow that comes out of there, Domination. Charmer here playing with the Teklo pistol.
Well, I was trying to fend off Max over there. He came in and he was causing a ruckus like Mac does.
It's true. It's like we're behind a pageant show as there's a bunch of cosplayers here getting all souped up. And Knock the Death Whistle. Okay, this is going to be massive because Knock the Death Whistle is going to go search for precisely the ingredient he needs for this nasty recipe. He's going to go and look for the arrow, put it on top. This basically guarantees, Charmer, that when you Azalea, you're getting precisely the type of damage that you need.
Or you could Death Dealer to get it as well. Right? We might play that premeditate as opposed to use the Azalea and then Death Dealer to end up with it. We're going to have to wait and see what he prioritizes. There's still some flexibility with how to navigate this turn.
Yeah, it's not easy. Again, for everyone out there, gone are the days of double Arsenal slots.
All right, so it is going to be the Azalea. So we're saying, all right, the premeditate, as good as it is not the same as this big dominated arrow. We're going to use a blue infecting shot to pay for this. And then there are
more premeditates.
Yep, the other non-attacks. So of course, a big dominated arrow. As I said, this is I think what you wanted to do. You wanted to send as much dominated damage as possible because you knew with the inertia token, no arsenal available. We do still have the equipment, so I think Yuki can survive the damage. But then she's also going to be stuck paying for the blood rot pox as well.
This is a tough go here because it's not the damage. The damage is completely survivable. You can walk out of this with breath left in you. The problem is that it's the resulting infecting shot that's going to linger and just say your whole turn is not what you want to do.
And something that we touched on at the start of this game, this is a list that because of no ice existing has 0 blues. So Yuki can't even just pay 1 card to stop the blood rot.
So That is exactly what I was going to look at. You caught my attention, and you made the exact point, the precise point that is incredibly important for everyone to remember. Yuki Lee Bender, it runs 0 blues. That that Blood Rot Pox is going to demand 3 resources or do 2 damage. Let's say she blocks 3 here, gives the equipment. So she's calculating. It's not as easy peasy as you think. There's a ton of yellows here, but it's still going to be a 2-card pitch to prevent that damage. Can she walk away with 3 health? But if she's at 2, it's going to demand either kill Brody or die trying.
Yeah, so one option is you 3 block, and if you give up all of your equipment, right, that's 6 total stopped. You'll take 4 total. You could still survive if you don't pay for the Blood Rot. But the problem is your turn's still not that great in response. Yes, Brody's at 2, but it's probably something he can survive. And then at that point, he'll go to his turn with that 3rd Findel Spring Tunic token, which means the free Death Dealer, and even with a smaller hand, he can extend it. I think this is exactly the timing Brody was looking for. It's that I can throw this, put her in a pickle, I can survive the crackback, and then even with like a 2-card hand, the Death Dealer will make that a 3-card hand, and I have enough to work with. So we are going to eat the equipment here.
Yeah, Brody getting the full kit. That's an additional 3 block, plus we can only assume is a 3 block as well, unless that's a D-react.
Yeah, I mean, you can still obviously play it from hand, and it is. It's a Fate Foreseen.
Big.
Okay.
This is huge. So blocking 7 of the 12 is so much more value than we initially anticipated. So now, Charmer, that Blood Rot Pox, that can be essentially to a degree ignored. It's a dangerous endeavor, especially since Brody can easily dominate arrows. But you don't have blues to just easily get rid of this. So the question here is, Charmer, do you just go for it? Oh, she had 3 reds in hand.
Yeah, 3 reds in hand. We're getting to see this, obviously, from the results of all of the buffs that were given to this infecting shot. But I also want to point out as well that Brody gets this Ponder token. So he's going to get the Arsenal, draws 4 cards. He can use those to block, and then with the Arsenal, and then again the essentially free Death Dealer from the Tunic, it's entirely possible he could 2 block, or use 2 cards to block, excuse me, not 2 block, and then still have like a 4-card hand.
Yeah. And on Yuki's side here, I mean, the opportunity here is just you take the 2 from the Blood Rot. Hold on. There's a lot of moving parts here. I mean, this has been such an incredible turn sequence. This game has been very, very dynamic, very explosive as well, as both players have had a couple turns that have just popped off, be it the double Illumina turn from Yuki Lee Bender, gaining life back, bringing Brody back down to earth, or the 14-point triple on hit down to this big dominated move. It has been quite just a tale of 2 Titans swinging for the fences on this one, and the Ponder token is going to help Brody out for sure. That Blood Rot still looming large, just haunting Yuki Lee Bender.
Yeah, I think Yuki was getting ready to fire into her turn, and he's like, wait a minute, I still get to draw. And it doesn't matter. He's slamming that into the Arsenal, no matter what it is, right? He just wants the extra card, and so now she is going to pay for the Take Flight. It's going to come in for 5, which
Courage
is bolstered here by the Courage.
No charge though.
No charge. That is one of the downsides. Is even though the cost to play some of the Bolton cards isn't that high, the additional cost of having to pay for charge is sometimes very relevant.
Kind of like when you're Ron Perlman getting coffee, no charge.
Except I think he was charged.
He was absolutely charged. Yes, he was.
Poor Ron.
Poor Ron Perlman. The dude was just not having it.
I mean, I would be in a sour mood if we had us behind you at the coffee place as well.
Oh, Lord. All right, so again, even though this is above rate, the go again really results into nothing because the Raiden is going to swing for 0. There was no charge effect that occurred here. Does the Courage token only affect the next attack? Yeah, okay, so it's not like it's going to inherit it off the weapon, so frankly, Raiden is just basically all smoke and mirrors and bubbles and rainbows. It's not a whole lot of anything. It's a flashlight at that point, but still, 5 damage is something that Brody's going to have to respect because it's not just a 1-card block. Brody.
No. This is at least a 2-card block.
So Brody does run a Fate Foreseen, and that's it. I don't think we've seen it, but there is a single Fate Foreseen, but not in hand, from what I understand. There's a Knock the Death Whistle in there, I believe. Couldn't quite catch it, but is that a Bolton shot? Knock?
Yes, there's a knock, a Bolton shot. I think it's a Read the Glide Path, and I can't see what the other one is because he is very, very fast.
Yeah, but still, the important aspect here is that there is no 1-card block option unless you're giving up the hat. Like, are you giving up the hat here? Are you giving up the Tunic? Tunic is going to be online. The hat is important in order to maybe guarantee a potential
free card from the Death Dealer.
Yeah, but Read the Glide Path allows you to look, right? So there are some significant options here. Brody knows what those options are, and he's going to have to calculate the best opportunity.
It will also depend on what's already in the arsenal. If he has something spicy there, he might not need some of these other shenanigans. But the Bolton shot is also, I think, tempting. I think we're going to see a block with the knock and something else, if I had to guess.
The old knock block.
The knock block.
Has he played a third Ravenous yet? I don't believe so.
I have not seen
that would be
a third Ravenous.
Yeah, I feel like that might be a godly card to come up.
That was the other card. That's why we're having a hard time discerning. He has 2 knocks.
Oh, okay.
His second and third knock are in hand. So it's a knock, the Bolton shot.
Who's there?
Who's there? Read the Glide Path. I'm so proud of you. I wish you all could see at home. He just gave me my own face back at me.
did. I gave him the Smucker's face.
Blake gave the Smucker's face to me. And honestly, it just makes me so happy. My heart is full.
Thank you. Oh, tough blocking math to do here. Again, you're either giving up equipment. I mean, the thing is that there's repercussions for every angle you take. It changes all of the dynamics of your turn.
As you said, we are going to keep that read and then I think just give up the hat. We have talked about 1 health is all you need. 1 is infinitely more than 0. Thank you, that's Admiral. You can see the hand. Look at that. That's how intense this is.
It is. I think Brody aged like 5 years in this match. I think he's like 17 now.
Yeah, so she goes down to 3. Obviously cannot pay for the Blood Rot. He takes 1 and goes to 1. She's going to draw up to 4. And now we have the read. And this will decide how the rest of this goes. If it's at all even close to a spicy arrow, we might see the Azalea option. But again, it's going to depend on what's in the arsenal. He got that off the ponder and he just slammed it in, so we didn't get to see. That's a missing piece of this puzzle, and it could be a big one.
You're absolutely correct. That can be dangerous. Again, Brody knows, we don't, but he's got a resource floating with the Tunic, which can also represent 1 block. Should you need a quick out here, Brody firing away with that last.
It's a Codex.
The old Brodex of Frailty when Brody plays it. Finding some good options here. What is he looking for? The Ravenous Rabble.
Okay. So this is telling me you're going to give up. You're either going to rely on the Tunic to load, right? And you're going to give up the knock, or you. I mean, there's a couple of different ways you could go, but the important thing is you're getting rid of one of the cards that Yuki can block with.
Ooh, in her hand, there's a Sink Below, a Soul Shield, a Celestial Cataclysm, and then Mystery Meat. But you have to think that the Soul Shield has the best value, but it costs 2.
Yeah.
So, and you're keeping the Sink Below 1,000,000,000%. The question is does she just dunk? Does she dunk on the other option here? Does she get rid of Soul Shield?
I think you have to get rid of the Cataclysm.
Yeah, I don't know what the third one is. If the third one's a red card, then you have to keep dunk the red card.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to see. There's a Snatch that goes into Arsenal, which is a great card to put in there just as a one-piece throwdown. It's going to get nerfed a little bit by the Frailty if we get there.
It does look like she's going to get whatever the Mystery Meat was. Yes, there it is. So, and then we go with the Ravenous. Does hit the red. I believe that's a... is that another...
Is that a fatigue shot? It's a sleep dart.
I think it's a sleep dart red.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this should be coming in for 4 go again, which I can guarantee is not what Yuki wanted to see. Now, she can throw the Sink Below in front of this and then save the Soul Shield for whatever the follow-up is.
I mean, this is perfect because right now you just want to efficiently block as best as possible. You want to meet card for card, 1 for 1 here, and dropping a sink below feels pretty good. And whatever the next arrow is, Brody's going to be able to get. The thing about it is, like, no matter what happens, whether you pitch for Soul Shield and block 6, or you throw 2-3 blocks in front of it,
Right.
It's
Well, and that's why I think you hold on to the Soul Shield because, one, it can go to your soul, which is just more beneficial than the double block. But also, if he were to somehow sneakily throw some sort of dominate, then you're covered by it being a single card.
correct. Yeah, that's a very good point.
But we know that it's still also a Bolton shot there as well. And then he, again, ends up with that Ponder token. So after all is said and done, he's still going to be able to extend the number of cards available to him if he somehow doesn't, lock it in this turn.
Well, and the other option here is that, I wouldn't even call it an option, but Brody's still sitting prettier because he's still got bullseye bracers whether he wants to or not.
Well, I think he's about to...
Just go as high as possible?
Yeah. I think that's going to be the game plan here. Because if you're thinking through break points and things like that, he's already getting the +3 from the Read the Glide Path. This would...
Well, he is feathering that card. He wants to do this. He's thinking that he might have a chance. It's going to be a bullseye bracer activation to load up, and at +1, the card in hand is a red Bolton shot, I believe, right?
Yes, it should be a red Bolton shot, and I think he's just, again, thinking through the Death Dealer activation.
Oh, and he's going to dominate this one, and you're absolutely spot on with the Soul Shield, but is it enough? Sleep Dart.
Yeah, so the Sleep Dart comes in. So, again, Soul Shield helping against the Dominate. Yuki will survive, but he does get that card into the arsenal from the Ponder, and then she just turns around and sends the Snatch from Arsenal. It's only for 3, though, because of the Frailty token. So Frailty tokens have actually been coming in pretty clutch for Brody because he can 1-card block this, and then with the Arsenal still come back with essentially a 4-card hand.
This Frailty was massive. Absolutely
massive. So again, Yuki unable to get anything into the arsenal, so if he can find a way to dominate an arrow, might still be able to close this out if she hasn't found more defense reactions.
So
this
Brody,
is so close.
It is incredibly close. And the other thing beyond this, another Brodex of Frailty. What is he finding here? He's going for the Ravenous Rabble. You have to, again, extend the combat chain as deep as possible.
But also, he has no hat, so the Ravenous does double duty here because he'll get to see what the top card is off the reveal.
Incredible. Absolutely right over there. And knowledge is power.
Yeah, knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe.
G.I. Brody.
G.I. bro. So he does manage to squeak out the red over the top. 4 go again. This is still potentially a 1-card block if necessary. Going in.
And he's going to load in the Spire sniping, which will allow him to look, because he still has the Azalea potential. He has floating resources because that was the blue infecting shot. So if he finds something spicy there, yeah.
Wow. Absolutely incredible game. These have been awesome matches to cast, and another feather in the cap of the Realm Rumble here. It is Brody Spurlock taking it from...
I said it yesterday, but I want to reiterate. It feels so good seeing Brody do well here because it takes me all the way back to the very beginning of the circuit. You and I were covering the very first Realm Rumble this year in Chicago. It was you, me, and DM Armada, where Brody on Azalea, right after Outsiders,
won that tournament.
event. So wouldn't it be awesome if he were able to bookend the year with Azalea wins?
Hey, I'm all for it. But I'm also all for seeing Yuki Lee Bender crush this whole tournament with Sir Bolton, Breaker of Dawn. Both players played incredibly well, as Brody Spurlock was the first one to really break the game wide open with a 14-point arrow that had
all of the on-hits.
On-hits that are still resolving right now, and then double Lumina, full Boomina, gaining some life, equalizing and closing the gap on those 2 life totals until we finally got to the nitty-gritty of it, of some clever blocking, some great kind of Ranger-esque accounting of where are the cards, where are the arrows, how do I dominate both players.
And then we essentially ended the game with Brody pulling his best Fi impression, which is, are there any on-hits? Am I dead? Then no blocks.
No problem, exactly. That you go down the decision tree of old school Cheerios Briar. On hit, no. Am I dead? No. Blocks?
blocks.
No. Yeah, that was it. That's the decision tree that you want to go down. So 12 rounds are in the books here at the Realm Rumble in Columbus. We've got 2 more rounds of Classic Constructed until we cut to our top 8, which will be resolved tomorrow. And the prizes that they're playing for, yeah, there's a lot of cashola. Number 1 is the winner of the tournament's going to walk away with $7,000 US. They're going to walk away with what else? Ooh, show off the bling bling. A Realm Rumble bracelet studded with diamonds mined from the spice mines of Kessel. Show them the mat, too.
Oh, of course you're going to say that after it's like under a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I just
but-
also wanted you to hold it
Yeah,
so I could hold
yeah,
this.
you were trying to get your American,
This is my passport. It's my American passport.
your American passport.
We got this as well. You get a gold foil. You get a PTI.
Yeah.
You get stocks with Enron.
No.
No? Okay, I don't know. You get part ownership of Twitter or X, whatever they call it this week. No, there's a lot of cool stuff going on. We're going to do some giveaways when we get back. You want to do that?
Yeah, I think that is a wonderful idea. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll do a giveaway, and then we'll come with the 3rd round of Classic Constructed. We have 2 rounds left on the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.